Chapter 572. Shi Tianhao looked at Shi Tianyi and tilted his head slightly. His gaze was fierce as he grinned. In these 3 days, you'd better keep an eye on eldest uncle at all times. Otherwise, he won't be able to watch our match. His words were joking, but no one present could laugh. Everyone could feel an undisguised killing intent from him. More than 10 years ago, when Shi Tianhao and his family were banished, and not long ago, when Shi Tianhao's parents were ambushed, Shi Tianyi's father was the leader. Hearing Shi Tianhao's words, the people who supported Shi Tianyi felt depressed. No matter how shrewd Shi Tianyi's father was, he also felt his face burning. However, everything that had happened just now had proven that Shi Tianhao's words were not false. When they met on a narrow path, his eldest uncle's life was really in danger. When some people saw that Xianlin Taoist and family head Shi Wu were present, their courage grew. However, just as they were about to reprimand Shi Tianhao, they saw Lin Feng standing in front of Shi Tianhao and had no choice but to swallow back their words. Lin Feng's gaze swept past Shi Tianyi, and the light in Shi Tianyi's right pupil immediately dimmed. The tall teenager with double pupils took a deep breath and lowered his eyelids, no longer saying anything. Lin Feng's gaze swept past him and turned to look at Xianlin Taoist. He said indifferently, "Don't play too many tricks. Not only will you lose your status for no reason, it's easy to lose more than what you gain." In all fairness, Lin Feng believed that by Xiqian and Ding Ruanfeng's actions were out of their own thoughts. With a status and identity like Xianlin Taoist's, he would not have any thoughts about such small things. Even Bai Xiqian and Ding Runfeng might not have wanted to suppress Xianmen Tianzong's reputation from the start. They were just dissatisfied after hearing the words of the Hell Path's disciple and went with the flow. Unfortunately, they were not as skilled as others and ended up making a fool out of themselves, making Yu Hongyan, Li Yuanfang, and Luo Qingwu more famous. Bai Xiqian was even crippled by Yu Hongyan. Her injuries were so severe that even Taishu Temple's resources could not heal her. Yu Hongyan's spear had not only opened a bloody hole in her body, it had also heavily injured her soul and even shattered her golden core. The fact that she was able to survive was because the Void Temple's methods were heaven-defying. However, for a heavenly lady like her, falling from the clouds to the mortal world was worse than death. Being stabbed to death by Yu Hongyan's spear was probably more satisfying. Xianlin Taoist's eyes were calm and almost dead. He stared at Lin Feng. From the beginning to the end, "Who has been playing tricks? Ever since you appeared in this world, your actions have been out of place, and you are used to taking the unconventional path. Although your aura has gradually grown and become more stable, I can still see that you are eager to gain fame, even to the point of being eager for instant success." Xianlin Taoist looked at Lin Feng calmly. "Although I don't know why you are doing this, I can be sure that there is a special reason that is pushing you to do this. Your current situation may seem glorious, but it is actually a boat sailing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind. You are a sore loser." Lin Feng's expression didn't change at all. He still looked calm and said, "In life, who isn't a boat sailing against the current?" Xianlin Taoist nodded and said calmly, "What you said is true, so I won't talk nonsense with you about today's matter. Everything will be clear in 3 days. See you in 3 days." Lin Feng smiled faintly. The one who was beaten up was not his disciple, so he naturally didn't care. However, with Xianlin Taoist's usual domineering style, it was obvious that he had other considerations for letting it go so easily today. Lin Feng couldn't figure it out at the moment, but at his current stage, he needed to be the master. 3 days later, whatever tricks Xianlin Taoist and the others had, he would take it. Although this was the Shi family's territory, Shi Wu was clearly not the main character at this moment. Shi Wu also didn't have the slightest awareness of being the master, and he didn't say a word from beginning to end. Silently, he watched Lin Feng and Xianlin Taoist converse. Xianlin Taoist turned his head to look at Shi Tianyi and his son. He raised his hand, and a white cloud enveloped them. With the nourishment of the cloud's mana, Shi Tianyi's father's complexion immediately improved a lot. At this moment, Shi Tianyi's eyes had completely retracted, but his gaze still fell silently on the tiny Shi Tianhao. Shi Tianhao was also looking at him. Seeing Shi Tianyi disappear from the mansion with Xianlin Taoist, he suddenly smiled and put his right hand in front of his neck, making a throat-slitting gesture at Shi Tianyi. Shi Tianyi's gaze flashed and became colder. He didn't say anything and disappeared with Xianlin Taoist. I originally came here to take back the things left behind by my grandfather and parents. Shi Tianhao shrugged and turned to look at Shi Wu. Back then, his family mainly lived in the mansion in West Hill City, and not in the Shi family's ancestral land. Most of the things left behind by his parents and grandfather were gathered here and fell into the hands of relatives who sympathized with their plight. Shi Tianhao glanced at the few Shi family members and said with a smile, "We'll settle our scores in 3 days. I think you guys definitely hope so too." He had already investigated and knew clearly who had made things difficult for his family back then. The Shi family members were all silent. Of course, they hoped that Shi Tianhao would be directly dealt with by Shi Tianyi 3 days later. "Do as you wish," Shi Wu said indifferently, cupped his hands at Lin Feng, turned around, and actually disappeared. Lin Feng looked at Shi Wu's disappearing figure and smiled. He didn't say anything and waited for Shi Tianhao to pack his things before leaving together. After leaving the Shi family's mansion, Lin Feng and his disciple walked calmly on the long street. Shi Tianhao seemed to have changed into a different person. He didn't say a word and only followed behind Lin Feng, silently. "Are you thinking about your family?" Lin Feng didn't turn around and asked calmly as he walked. Shi Tianhao nodded and answered after a while, "I didn't find anything in the void battlefield last time. I'm very worried about them." His emotions were still calm. This time, he brought the natal lights of his parents and grandfather with him. The fact that the natal lights were not extinguished meant that their lives were not in danger. When Lin Feng brought them back to Wanglin and left the void battlefield, he threw the divine battle clone back into the void battlefield. Shi Tianhao was aware of this, so he was relatively calm. However, returning to the Shi family's mansion had stirred up his longing for them. As the master and his disciple walked, they turned a corner and saw a few people waiting for them. One of them was a young man wearing a purple robe with a white robe draped over it. He was Lin Feng's second disciple, Zhu Yi. Next to Zhu Yi stood a young man wearing a purple robe of the same style as Zhu Yi. He was also smiling at Lin Feng and Shi Tianhao. He was Lin Feng's fifth disciple, Yang Qing. On the other side of Zhu Yi stood a young lady in a yellow dress. When she saw Lin Feng approaching her, she bowed respectfully. "Junior Shi Xingyun greets Senior Lin." Lin Feng smiled faintly and nodded. "You may rise." Previously, when his boundless ocean emperor avatar was guarding Zhu Yi during his tribulation outside Tianjing City, Zhu Yi had already reported some things to him. While Zhu Yi was rushing to take the exam, Shi Xingyun happened to follow the diplomatic group to Tianjing City. Due to fate, when Zhu Yi killed Liang Yuan's advanced Yuanian cultivators, the two of them even worked together and completely destroyed Liang Yuan's evil organization that used Buddhism to gather incense and power of will. After the examination, Zhu Yi originally wanted to decline the appointment of the great Zhou dynasty, but who knew that the emperor of Zhou, Liang Pan, would give him an appointment in the Ministry of Rights, asking him to represent the Great Zhou dynasty to pay a visit to the Great Qin dynasty, as well as make friends through literature and interact with the literary circles of the Great Qin dynasty. Therefore, Zhu Yi followed Shi Xingyun and the diplomatic group of the Great Qin dynasty back to West Hill City. Naturally, the diplomatic group of the Great Zhou dynasty also accompanied them. Liang Pan seemed to be doing them a favor at little cost. The diplomatic group of the Great Zhou dynasty moved extremely quickly. As soon as the visiting members were confirmed, they set off without stopping. They finally arrived at West Hill City before the battle between Shi Tianhao and Shi Tianyi. Zhu Yi and the others arrived on the same day as Lin Feng and the others. They were slightly earlier. Before Lin Feng brought Shi Tianhao into the palace, Emperor Qin Shi Yu had just finished receiving the diplomatic group of the Great Zhou dynasty. After greeting Lin Feng, Shi Xingyun looked at Shi Tianhao and sighed softly. "Tianhao, your parents will be proud of you." During the Wilderness Sea Assembly, Shi Xingyun had said this from the bottom of her heart. However, the meaning behind her words was different now. "You're too kind, Sister Xingyun." Shi Tianhao smiled. Shi Xingyun smiled gently when she heard how Shi Tianhao addressed her. She said softly, "Tianhao, you need to be careful." Shi Tianyi once entered the ancient domain of Sky Dragon when he was young. He's extremely familiar with the environment of the ancient domain and the dragon arena. Shi Tianhao nodded. "I know. Your father has already promised me that I can enter the ancient domain of Sky Dragon earlier to familiarize myself with the environment." Shi Tianyi spent an entire year in the ancient domain of Sky Dragon back then, while I didn't have that much time. However, it doesn't matter. Shi Tianhao said calmly, "It won't change the final outcome." Shi Xingyun said, "As long as you know what you're doing." Speaking of which, Sister Xingyun, you and my second senior brother? Shi Tianhao suddenly smiled. Shi Xingyun shook her head graciously. "It's not what you think. Honestly speaking, Brother Zhu Yi has benefited me greatly in terms of ways." Zhu Yi also shook his head and broke into laughter. He pointed at Shi Tianhao and smiled. "You're the only one who doesn't know what to do." Shi Tianhao snickered. "Don't say that, second senior brother. Even the first senior brother has brought Sister Zhen back to the mountain. When are you going to carry one back too? What's there to compare?" Zhu Yi was both exasperated and amused. Yang Qing and Shi Xingyun looked at them from the side, smiling without saying a word. Now, only the tiny Shi Tianhao could make Zhu Yi, who had always been calm, see through him. Lin Feng also looked at his disciples with a smile. However, at this moment, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his lips curled into an undetectable smile. His gaze drifted in another direction. "They're finally here." Lin Feng sensed for a moment before frowning slightly. "But why is there only one?" Chapter 573. In the southern part of Xiling City, most of the people who lived here were ordinary mortals. There were not many cultivators. A figure flashed past in an alley. In the darkness, one could not see his appearance clearly. This person did not stop and continued walking in the alley. Slowly, he had an interested expression on his face, as if he was admiring the scenery of the streets in the city and experiencing the aura of the mortal world. However, his eyes kept flashing. His finger lightly brushed across the wall. When he passed by a tile, he paused for a moment and then left as if nothing had happened. In fact, there was a gray crystal in his hand. The crystal shattered, and a faint aura of mana flashed past. Words and information were transmitted into this person's mind. There is no need for you to care about other things. There is no need for you to take any special actions. There is no need for you to search for any secrets. There is no need for you to send any messages. Develop yourself properly and focus on seeking Tao. The key is to seek the opportunity to practice the orthodox core Tao techniques of Xianmen Tianzong. If there is anything you need help with, feel free to speak up and I will satisfy it. As he mulled over these words, this person's footsteps slowed down slightly. A bitter smile and confusion appeared on his face. Life on Yujing Mountain was leisurely and carefree, to the point that he had forgotten his origins and the mission he shouldered. Actually, isn't it better to just stay on the mountain and learn Tao and be a disciple of Xianmen Tianzong? He muttered to himself in his heart. Only a sigh rang out in the alley. It's just that my motives were not pure from the beginning. Can Xianmen Tianzong really tolerate me? How can it be so easy to escape the control of the great Zhou dynasty? After all, I am not alone in this world. I have no ties. What this man didn't know was that when he read the information in the gray crystal stone, in the depths of his soul, a tiny speck of purple gas, which looked like a speck of dust, also slightly swayed. It had also received the information transmitted by the crystal stone. In the distance, Lin Feng smiled. Wishful thinking is quite good, but how can it be so easy? The few second-generation disciples were directly brought to Xiling City and allowed to move around freely. Lin Feng had originally planned to catch them. From the looks of it, the person controlling this person was not of a low level. The person who came into contact with him was not a spy from the great Zhou dynasty hidden in the great Qin Empire's Xiling City, but a member of the great Zhou dynasty's diplomatic group. It came directly from the heart of the great Zhou dynasty. But very quickly, Lin Feng's brows furrowed slightly again. He had already confirmed the target of the nail that the great Zhou dynasty had buried. But Yan Mingyue had once mentioned that Taishu Temple also had sand mixed in. Because this person hadn't been apprenticed to Lin Feng before, he couldn't find any clues from the system. However, Lin Feng had already locked onto his target based on the clues he left behind in his daily life. It was just that when he came to West Hill City this time, he hadn't made any movements. You're quite cautious. Lin Feng shook his head and laughed. Looks like they don't plan to activate this person in the short term. I'm afraid that even this spy doesn't know his mission and mission. In an ordinary house in West Hill City, under an old locust tree in the courtyard, two people sat opposite each other and drank together. Silently, they didn't say anything. Only when there was only wine left in the pot did one of them ask, "Let's not talk about how high the cultivation of the master of the celestial gate is. Just from the few times this person has acted, it can be seen that he isn't a reckless person. Senior brother, will the spy that you've planted be seen through by him?" The person opposite him held a wine cup and gently swirled it. After drinking the remaining half cup of wine, he lightly said, "No." Even if the master of the celestial gate searched his soul and memory, he wouldn't find anything because the spy doesn't know his mission. He doesn't even know of our existence. The spy only thinks that he's an ordinary disciple. He put down the wine cup and faintly smiled. Now, the time is not right. It's not time to activate it. Even if I do activate it, I won't make direct contact with him, but will influence him remotely through the spy's parents. The person who first spoke nodded. In other words, even if an order is issued, the spy will only think that it's the expectations and wishes of his parents. From the beginning to the end, he won't even know that he's working for us. The person sitting opposite gently leaned his body against the old locust tree, appearing very relaxed. That is the most ideal effect. What we can do is to eliminate all kinds of unknown interference factors. His eyes gazed into the distant sky, where the Shur clan's residence was. After a moment of contemplation, he muttered to himself, The Void Yin-Yang Bell and the Supreme Formation Breaking Drum have been activated at the same time. Such a battle has only happened during the war between the two domains. After a night, in the early morning of the next day, Lin Feng and Shi Tianhao once again came to the inner palace of the Great Qin dynasty. According to the agreement, the Qin Emperor Stonefeather would allow Shi Tianhao to enter the ancient sky dragon domain in advance to familiarize himself with the environment. After all, the dual-pupiled Shi Tianhao had once cultivated here for a year, so he was extremely familiar with the changes in the environment and the flow of spiritual qi. The dragon arena did not exist alone. Instead, it was a region of the ancient sky dragon domain. Within this region, the changes in the landscape and environment were extremely similar to the general environment of the ancient sky dragon domain. When Xiao Yan and Tao Yaoyao fought on the top of Yujing Mountain, the sword world set up by the flowing light sword exalt was the battlefield. Xiao Yan had said that it would be easier for the disciples of Xianmen Tianzong to control the surrounding spiritual qi on Yujing Mountain, and he was not lying. By the same logic, Shi Tianhao had entered a completely unfamiliar environment, while Shi Tianhao had once cultivated here, which was equivalent to taking advantage of home ground. In a battle between experts, even the slightest difference could determine the final outcome. Although Shi Tianhao was confident he could defeat Shi Tianhao, he obviously did not mind increasing his chances of victory a little, which would make it a little easier for him when the time came. Although the time was limited, it was enough for him to play a very important role. The two sides had already agreed on this during the banquet last night, so the Qin Emperor Stonefeather opened the entrance to the ancient sky dragon domain as agreed and let Shi Tianhao in. Shi Tianhao would spend the next 3 days in there, quietly waiting for the day of the battle to arrive. After watching Shi Tianhao enter the ancient sky dragon domain, Lin Feng turned around and looked at the Qin Emperor Stonefeather calmly. "May I ask how the preparations are going on your side?" Stonefeather stood up from the dragon throne, and his dignified, deep voice echoed through the hall of the imperial palace. "Sectmaster Lin, please." With a flash of golden light, the scenery before the two of them changed. Lin Feng stood still, allowing Stonefeather's powers to take him to his destination. 5-colored light vaguely shot out from the dark space. True dragons could be seen roaming within the light, their might startling. White, green, black, red, and yellow. There seemed to be a long shadow within the 5-colored light, which could not be seen clearly. This was the second time that Lin Feng had seen this treasure, but he was still shocked. The insurmountable, indestructible aura that could suppress thousands of worlds and the inextinguishable destiny of a supreme being was enough to make anyone raise their eyebrows in surprise. A creator-level magical treasure, only a creator-level magical treasure, could have such a powerful concept. Even if the treasure was still in an incomplete state, it was still frightening and superior to the vast majority of powerful magical treasures in the world. Such a treasure was not something that ordinary Mahayana, life transformation, or spirit-nurturing magical treasures could compare to. The light and shadow gradually dissipated, becoming clearer and clearer. Today, Lin Feng finally saw the true face of this super magical treasure. It was a city wall that was difficult to measure in length, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. The two ends extended deep into the void, and there was no end in sight. Standing there, it was as though a true dragon was entrenched there. Lin Feng thought of the Great Wall of 10,000 miles in his previous life, but the size of the earth could not be compared to the heaven primal world. The city wall in front of him could probably be called the Great Wall of 10,000 miles. Such a length was completely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It could no longer be described as length in the general sense. Because there was no suitable analogy, this length became extremely abstract. This is the immortal dragon city. Lin Feng's eyes flickered slightly after seeing it last time. Although he could not see it as clearly as now, Lin Feng had a rough idea in his heart. After checking the system, he found the most likely target. The immortal Dragon City was a creator-level magical treasure, refined by the first human saint emperor of the Archean epoch, the founding emperor. In the Archean epoch, the demon race ruled over the heavens. It was the dark age of the human race. It was precisely from the founding emperor that the human race finally rose and stepped onto the path of resistance against the demon race. The immortal Dragon City condensed the will of the founding emperor. My body is immortal, and I shall resist the violence of the demon race, protect my fellow human race for eternity, and not be bullied and oppressed. Unfortunately, along with the fall of the founding emperor in the process of fighting the demon race, the immortal Dragon City wasn't able to achieve its full potential. Even though it was the foundation of a creation-grade magic treasure, it couldn't be completely refined. It was even to the extent that, along with the death of the founding emperor, it was obliterated without a trace, until tens of thousands of years ago, when the founding emperor of the Great Qin dynasty unearthed this treasure, and with the help of the ancient Sky Dragon domain and other opportunities, it finally established the foundation of the Great Qin dynasty. Since the founding of the Great Qin dynasty, a huge amount of resources had been invested in the hope of completely refining this treasure. However, this treasure could be said to have been plagued with disasters, and it had never been completely refined. In the recent war between the human race and the demon race, it was even seriously damaged. Now, after thousands of years of preparation, the immortal Dragon City was finally restored again, and at the same time, it was gradually approaching perfection, and only the finishing touch was missing. And this was the reason why Emperor Qin Stonefeather asked Lin Feng for help. Lin Feng calmly looked at the immortal Dragon City, and without saying any unnecessary words, he lightly pointed his finger between his eyebrows. Suddenly, a black and white mark appeared on his forehead, and an yin and yang blended Taiji pattern appeared. From the Taiji pattern, a clear light was emitted, and an incomparably fierce aura gushed out. Almost as soon as it came into contact with this aura, the immortal Dragon City buzzed, as if the endless length of the city walls were simultaneously shaking. The power of the immortal, indestructible, and eternal protection immediately spread out, opposing the clear light. Feeling the aura of the immortal Dragon City, the clear light surging from the Taiji pattern on Lin Feng's forehead became more and more violent, as if a world-destroying demon god had awakened and let out a sky-shaking roar. Chapter 574. The black and white Tai Chi diagram on Lin Feng's forehead continuously spun, thousands of feet of cold light gushing out, illuminating half of the dark void into a terrifying green color. Fellow Taoist, if you're ready, then I'll make my move right now, Lin Feng said indifferently. Qin Emperor Stonefeather took a deep breath and didn't say a word. His mind merged with Immortal Dragon City, and the Immortal Dragon City's aura became even more majestic. The yin and yang symbol on Lin Feng's forehead shone with clear light, and a huge sword box emerged from within. The sword box opened, and an incomparably vicious aura came from within, as if it wanted to destroy the world. A giant sword slowly rose up from the sword case. Without saying anything, Lin Feng reached out and grabbed the sword hilt, pulling out the heaven-punishing sword that was filled with an astonishing evil aura. At this moment, more than half of the heaven-punishing sword's blade had been sharpened. Sword light flowed, and the blade seemed to be transparent. Although the back half of the blade was still rusted, just the might that the heaven-punishing sword displayed was already terrifying enough. Lin Feng controlled the heaven-punishing sword. With a wave of his hand, the clear light suddenly retracted, leaving behind only a bright light that streaked across the void like a meteor. But when this light lit up, everything in the world lost its color and fell into boundless darkness, like an abyss of destruction. Everywhere the sword light passed, all things were destroyed. Facing this world-destroying sword, immortal Dragon City didn't dodge or evade, only activating all of its power. On the million-mile-long city wall, rays of light lit up. Within the light, there were countless figures standing shoulder to shoulder, facing the impending death and destruction together. Don't yield, don't give in, don't be afraid. They only wanted to protect everything behind them. Even if they died, they wouldn't lower their heads. Countless brave warriors stood on the immortal Dragon City's city wall and let out a roar that shook the heavens. This roar seemed to make the world return to the ancient era when hope was born in the darkness, when the human race rose unyieldingly. That was a powerful intent of unity gathering into the great momentum of the human Tao and changing the world. Don't yield. Rise up, be brave, be united, and protect your people. This was the lofty strength and will of humanity that had been passed down for millions of years. At this moment, it was stimulated to face the apocalyptic disaster together. Below the immortal Dragon City, there were countless true dragon silhouettes. It was as if they were also shocked by this world-shaking and history-changing cry of the human race. They bowed down below the city walls and willingly supported and protected him. The heaven-punishing sword's sword light clashed with the immortal Dragon City's power. Instantly, the entire world was stirred into a ball of chaos. All the spiritual chi and matter were annihilated. The space seemed to have been split into two different worlds by an invisible force. With the immortal Dragon City as the dividing line, the side that was closer to the heaven-punishing sword was filled with nothingness and chaos. However, the other side remained the same and was not affected at all. The two sides fell into a stalemate. Neither side could do anything to the other. During this process, the rust on the heaven-punishing sword's blade was falling off in large swathes above immortal Dragon City. At the very front of the city wall, at the front line of the heaven-punishing sword, there was also a figure gradually condensing. The light gradually turned into a human figure. His clothes weren't luxurious and were even simple and primitive. His appearance wasn't shocking, and he looked very ordinary. He wasn't tall and could only be considered average at best. However, it was such a person that was filled with majesty and solemnity. It made people feel reverence and awe. They were subconsciously subdued by him and wanted to follow behind him. Lin Feng understood that this was the Qin Huang heroic spirit. In the immemorial era, the first human emperor was born. After the Qin Huang heroic spirit appeared, he didn't do much. He just stretched his arms towards the sky. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt as if the entire universe shook. This feeling was mysterious and mysterious. If one's cultivation wasn't high enough, they wouldn't be able to detect it. It was as if the great Tao of heaven and earth was shaking. Following this shake, the Qin Huang heroic spirit suddenly disappeared, and the immortal Dragon City shone brightly. Looking at that light, Lin Feng slightly narrowed his eyes. He felt as if his will had become sluggish under that light. Eternal glory, immortal godlight. Lin Feng carefully felt the power in the light. Eternal, the extreme of time. Heaven and earth will be destroyed. Who can truly achieve eternal? However, bathing in this eternal glory, it is as if I have grasped the mysteries of eternal time, that mysterious power that can't be any longer and has no end. Under the eternal glory, even the heaven-punishing sword's sword light couldn't go any further. The heaven-punishing sword's power became fiercer and fiercer. The sword light was like a wave that bombarded the immortal Dragon City. As for the immortal Dragon City, it was like a reef in the sea, allowing the waves to submerge it. When the waves receded, the reef was still standing. Lin Feng revealed a faint smile. under the eternal glory, anyone who is protected by the immortal dragon city will be immortal and will never be destroyed. Even if heaven and earth collapse, they will live in eternal time. Even if the power was enough to destroy it, it was as if it would forever stay intact. In the world and time, there wouldn't be any changes. Unless one could destroy the eternal glory, no power would be able to shake the immortal dragon city. Congratulations, Tao friend. This treasure's other abilities aside, just in terms of defense, it can be said to be #1 in the divine land. Lin Feng smiled. He stopped attacking and put away the heaven-punishing sword. This peerless sword kept on shaking in his hand, as if it was unwilling to give up. Qin Emperor Stonefeather's figure appeared beside the immortal dragon city. He lightly touched the city wall. Even with his mental fortitude, his fingers were slightly trembling. For tens of thousands of years, the great Qin dynasty had always dreamed of refining the immortal dragon city. Several generations of emperors had put in a lot of effort, and now he had finally succeeded. At the same time, the great Qin dynasty finally had its own creation-grade magic treasure. It wasn't a damaged one, not an incomplete one. It was a true creation-grade magic treasure that stretched across the heavens and tore through the sea of bitterness. However, Stonefeather quickly regained his composure. Instead, he looked deeply at Lin Feng. His gaze landed on the heaven-punishing sword that Lin Feng was holding upside down. Right now, 2/3 of the heaven-punishing sword's blade had already been completely sharpened. The swaying sword light was filled with ferocity and viciousness. The remaining 1/3, near the hilt, was still covered in rust. As the current ruler of the immortal dragon city, Stonefeather's mind was completely connected to this creation-grade magic treasure. He could clearly sense that although the immortal dragon city had successfully blocked Lin Feng's heaven-punishing sword, it had to use the eternal glory, great Tao mystique. The eternal glory was the supreme power of the immortal dragon city. Without activating the eternal glory, the immortal dragon city was actually on the verge of collapse under the increasingly powerful attacks of the heaven-punishing sword. Only when the refinement was successful and the eternal glory was it able to block the heaven-punishing sword. However, when he thought that Lin Feng had only sharpened 2/3 of the heaven-punishing sword, Stonefeather's heart sank. If the heaven-punishing sword was completely completed like the immortal dragon city, would the immortal dragon city still be able to block the heaven-punishing sword? Stonefeather had been emperor for thousands of years. For the first time, he did not dare to think too deeply about something. He composed himself and said calmly, "In terms of defense, I am also confident. The immortal dragon city can be called the #1 in the heaven origin domain, but it is not the only one. The Haotian mirror of the Taishu Temple is publicly recognized as the #1 ultimate treasure in the heavens. It has both offense and defense, and its uses are endless. Although I believe in the immortal dragon city's defense, it is not easy to determine which is stronger compared to the Haotian mirror." Lin Feng nodded. Stonefeather's judgment was the words of wisdom and experience. It was not that he did not have confidence in himself. Although the great Qin dynasty completely possessed its own creation-grade magic treasure, Lin Feng did not mind. The great Qin dynasty currently had a very harmonious relationship with Xianmen Tianzong. Even if there was conflict, it was very far away. His help this time was also very beneficial to him. He had also comprehended the concept of eternal radiance. Of course, more importantly, the heaven-exterminating sword had successfully improved. Let alone Stonefeather. He was also looking forward to the day when the heaven-exterminating sword was completely completed. Lin Feng placed the heaven-exterminating sword back into the sword case. Just as he was about to seal it again, he saw a new change in the heaven-exterminating sword. Several dozen silver chains extended from the surface of the sword case, weaving and dancing in the air. A figure slowly condensed in the air, turning into a young girl. The silver chains wrapped around her body and instantly tightened, fixing the huge sword case on the young girl's back. However, this time, the sword case automatically shrank. Although it was still very large compared to the young girl's height, it was no longer like an ant carrying a mountain. The proportions were completely out of proportion. This young girl was the person Lin Feng had seen in the mysterious Heaven-Time-Light Grotto Heaven, the one who carried the sword case and walked around the mysterious Heaven treasure tree. As expected, she looks a little bigger. Lin Feng thought. He saw that the young girl in front of him with the sword case had already become 17 or 18 years old. Her eyebrows had completely matured, and her figure had also grown a lot taller. Her body was ramrod straight, and her entire body was like an unsheathed sword, revealing its sharpness. Even with the huge sword case on her back, she gave off a feeling that she could pierce through the clouds and slay the heavens. Her aura was oppressive. The young girl looked extremely beautiful, but she was expressionless and indifferent. She looked like a cold and exquisite doll. Lin Feng noticed that between her hair strands had actually become half black and half white, but the white hair did not show signs of weakness and aging. Mixed together with the black hair, there was instead a kind of concept of chaos and primordial chaos that had yet to open. After the young girl appeared, she stood behind Lin Feng with the sword case on her back. She did not say a word, but it was very obvious that she would follow Lin Feng's orders. This attracted Lin Feng's attention. According to his past experience, the sword spirit of the heaven exterminating sword had no reaction to any external contact, including Lin Feng, who had refined it. The only response this sword gave to the outside world was destruction and slaughter. As the refinement of the magic treasure becomes more mature, the magic treasure's origin spirit has finally changed, Lin Feng thought. Silently, Stonefeather also looked at the young girl with the sword on her back, his calm eyes faintly carrying a hint of inquiry. Lin Feng coughed dryly. "This is my sword servant. Her name is Xian Li." Chapter 575. Silently, the girl stood behind Lin Feng. She neither objected to Lin Feng's naming, nor did she respond. She just stood there silently with the sword case on her back. Qin Emperor Stonefeather stared at Xian Li and pondered in his heart. This ominous sword of his is indeed extraordinary, but I can't see through its grade. Although it was a Mahayana grade magic treasure, Xian Li's magic treasure, Yuan spirit, seemed to have yet to gain sentience. But if it was below the Mahayana grade, first of all, it would not be so powerful. Secondly, Xian Li gave off a complete and transparent aura of life that could exist independently from the heaven exterminating sword. It was definitely not something a spirit nurturing or transformation grade magic treasures, Yuan spirit, could compare to. In terms of power, it was more like a creation grade magic treasure. Although it had not been completely refined, it was already showing off its power. But for a creation-grade magic treasure, the Yuan spirit did not have a real life form. It gradually turned into an existence like the will of creation and did not often appear. Even the immortal dragon city would not appear in human form before the refinement was complete. These thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's mind, but he did not show it on his face. He calmly discussed Tao with Emperor Qin Shiryu. Stonefeather naturally did not ask much either. Like a normal cultivator, he conversed and discussed Tao techniques with Lin Feng. In all fairness, exchanging Tao arts with Stonefeather, Lin Feng gained quite a bit. But he very quickly discovered another troublesome matter. He called out to Xian Li, but he could not make the girl disappear and return to the sword case. Xian Li responded to all his other orders, but she did not respond at all when he told her not to show up. He really did not know if she could not do it or was unwilling to do it. Never mind, I've been holding it in for so long. I'll just let you relax. Lin Feng tried to find happiness amidst bitterness, thinking, it's just that from now on I'll have to bring an expressionless girl with me wherever I go. It's really too eye-catching. After bidding farewell to Emperor Qin Shiyu, Lin Feng took Xian Li back to the place the Qin Empire had arranged for him to stay. Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and the others immediately surrounded them, while Xiao Zhen, Tunten, and the others curiously looked towards Lin Feng and Xian Li. Master, did she come out of the mysterious heaven time-light paradise? Xiao Yan looked strangely at the girl who followed closely behind Lin Feng. She looks so much older. Lin Feng lightly said, only you are allowed to grow up, but others are not allowed to change. She's been in the mysterious heaven, timeless sky, utopia for a much longer time than you brats. He turned his head and looked at Xian Li. This is Master's sword attendant, Xian Li. Xiao Yan and the others frequently visited the mysterious heaven time-like utopia, and they all knew that this girl had a close relationship with Lin Feng's heaven-punishing sword. The heaven-punishing sword's might was unparalleled, and they did not want to provoke Xian Li. Everyone in the world knew about the battle between Big Stone and Little Stone. In the past 3 days, many people had rushed to West Hill City in hopes of watching the battle. There was no lack of primordial soul realm powerhouses among them. They were paying attention to the battle between the two rocks, but they were more concerned about the people standing behind Big Rock and Little Rock. According to the previous situation, no matter who won the battle between Shi Tianhao and Shi Tianyi, between Xianmen, Tianzong, and Taishu Temple, there would always be one side that would not let it go. Once these two behemoths collided, it was very likely to affect the overall situation of the human cultivation world in the divine land. This made more people concerned about the progress of the ancient Sky Dragon Domain battle in West Hill City. Dao Master Blue Thunder of the Purple Heaven Path, Prince Yuxian of the Northern Militant Imperial Court, Immortal Sword of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Honorable Sun Sword of the Sun and Moon Sword Sect, Honorable Star Sword of the Constellation Sword Sect, and Honorable Flowing Light of the Celeritas Sword Sect all arrived at West Hill City early or late. Among them, Dao Master Blue Thunder and Prince Yuxian of the Northern Militant Imperial Court traveled with Lin Feng. After the others arrived at West Hill City, they also paid a visit to Lin Feng and Xianlin Taoist. Just after sending off Honorable Flowing Light of the Sword, Zhu Yi came to report, Master, 2 seniors from the Reincarnation Sect have come. One is Lu Jikuan of the Hell Path, and the other is Yi Longbing of the Human Path. Eldest senior brother is accompanying them. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Invite them in. Soon, a skinny middle-aged man appeared in front of Lin Feng. He had high cheekbones and bronze skin. It was Lu Jikuan of the Hell Path. Beside him was a tall young man who looked to be in his 20s or 30s. His divine splendor was restrained, and he seemed to have returned to his natural state. He stood there like an ordinary person who didn't know any Tao, under the concealment of the system. No one could see through Lin Feng's cultivation, but this young man was different. Others might not be able to see through his depth, but Lin Feng could still see at a glance that this person was already a great cultivator of the essence soul realm and had achieved Tao for thousands of years. This person was naturally the essence soul expert of the human path of the Reincarnation Sect, Yi Longbing, who was known as the Peach Blossom Immortal. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, the human path cultivated the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and all kinds of magical powers were derived from it. There were spells, illusions, and many other kinds, but relatively speaking, it was the weakest in actual combat. However, after the cultivation of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, the cultivators of the human path improved their state of mind very quickly, and they had the fewest bottlenecks in the process of cultivation. Therefore, it was easier to cultivate than other Tao techniques of the reincarnation sect. Cultivators relied on their slightly higher cultivation dermic powers to overcome their disadvantages in spells and magical powers. For example, Yi Longbing was younger than Lu Shikuan, but he had already reached the peak of the first tier of the Essence Soul realm, and was gradually approaching the threshold of refining the spirit into the void. This was not because of the difference in their qualifications, but because of the difference in Tao techniques. Yi Longbing cultivated the Tao, which was the Tao of lust among the 7 emotions and 6 desires. From the first day of his cultivation, he was used to seeing romantic scenes and befriending countless beautiful women. Hence, when he reached the primordial spirit realm, he called himself the Peach Blossom Fairy. It's just that Yi Longbing's cultivation method was about crossing the sea of flowers without reluctance. It was precisely to see through the desires of men and women, which had similarities with the Buddhist sect's joyous meditation, red beauty and white bones, and heavenly fragrance skin pouch. In addition to seeing one's heart and understanding one's nature, one also understood the principle of the interaction between yin and yang. In essence, it was actually a profound Tao technique that was in line with the great way of heaven and earth, but it had a bad reputation. When Lu Shikuan and Yi Longbing saw Lin Feng, they both cupped their hands and greeted Sect Leader Lin. Lu Shikuan smiled and said, "Sect Leader Lin, it's been a long time." "Tao, Master Hell, how have you been?" Lin Feng smiled and greeted them. After both parties took their seats, they did not talk about anything else. Most of the time, they were just chatting, and the focus of their discussion was on the upcoming battle between the 2 stones. Lu Shikuan and Yi Longbing did not mention it, and Lin Feng did not ask too much, but both parties actually understood each other's intentions. Lin Feng knew why the 2 of them had come, and he personally received them. Both parties had a good chat, which was equivalent to expressing his attitude. Lu Shikuan and Yi Longbing's trip was not in vain, so they were naturally satisfied. "Fellow Yi, I heard that your sect produces a type of spiritual medicine called feather spirit vine?" Lin Feng suddenly asked as they chatted. Yi Longbing's eyes flashed, and he immediately nodded. "That's right." Among the reincarnation sect's 6 paths, the human path was also the sect that was best at cultivating medicinal herbs and refining elixirs. Lin Feng asked, "I wonder if you can transplant a few to my Xianmen Tianzong? I will not let your sect suffer losses, and I will definitely reward you generously." Yi Longbing looked at Lin Feng, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, "Sect Master Lin, I am very grateful for your kindness, but to be honest, there is only 1 feather spirit vine left in the human path, and I am afraid it is not convenient for me to give it to you." There was no need for him to lie to Lin Feng about this, but he could not tell Lin Feng the details because it involved the reincarnation sect's internal conflicts. In a conflict not long ago, the human path's medicine valley was attacked, and most of the medicinal herbs were destroyed. The feather spirit vine was still fine, at least it had a single seedling left, but some rare spiritual medicines were directly destroyed, causing great losses to the human path. Hearing this, Lin Feng did not force the issue, and he lightly nodded. "In that case, we can talk about it later." In other words, he had no intention of giving up on the feather spirit vine. Of course, he would not give it up, because the feather spirit vine was one of the main ingredients of the 33 Days Fortune celestial pill. Yi Longbing thought about it, and felt that it was not good to reject Lin Feng, so he immediately said, "I heard that Sect Master Lin has a Yuanying stage magic artifact called the Bronze Void Cauldron, and you gave it to your little disciple, Shi Tianhao?" Lin Feng looked at him and slowly nodded. "You also know about the Bronze Void Cauldron?" After confirming that the Tianqi sect and Chao Wei's target was this Yuanying stage magic artifact, Lin Feng also did a search in the system. The bronze void cauldron was originally a set of Yuanying stage magic artifacts, a total of 9 pieces, called the Nine-Child Mother Bronze Void Cauldron. This set of Yuanying stage magic artifacts was a companion to a magic artifact called the Void Mountain River Cauldron, and its original owner was a primordial soul cultivator, the Mountain River Master, 6,000 years ago. The Mountain River Master became enemies with the Tianqi sect, and in the end, he was killed by the Tianqi sect, and the Void Mountain River Cauldron also fell into the hands of the Tianqi sect. To be honest, the Void Mountain River Cauldron was a magic artifact, and it was very precious for the Tianqi sect, but the Yuanying stage magic artifact, the Bronze Void Cauldron, was not so precious. Lin Feng did not think that Chao Wei had painstakingly sought the Bronze Void Cauldron because he was a collector or because he was a perfectionist. As the Mother Cauldron, the Void Mountain River Cauldron must have other unique features, and the 9 child cauldrons needed to be gathered to unlock the secret. It was just that even though the information provided by the system was complete and thorough, it was limited to the historical data that everyone knew and semi-public information. A lot of secrets could not be found, so Lin Feng did not understand what Chao Wei's intentions were. Yi Longbing said slowly, "It seems that Sect Master Lin also knows about the Void Mountain River Cauldron and the Bronze Void Cauldron." Lin Feng looked up at him. "How much do you know?" "Sect Master Lin, please don't misunderstand. I don't know what secret this magic artifact is hiding." Yi Longbing shook his head. "I just accidentally found out that the Tianqi sect is trying hard to find the 9 child cauldrons. The specific reason is unknown, but they currently have 7 cauldrons." Lin Feng's heart moved slightly. "Oh, 7? Including the Bronze Void Cauldron in his hand, he was still missing 1. Yi Longbing looked at Lin Feng and said seriously, "I just happen to know the whereabouts of the last Bronze Void Cauldron." Chapter 576. Lin Feng looked at Yi Longbing silently. "Oh, please speak your mind, fellow Daoist Yi. There's no need for sect leader Lin to pay anything." Yi Longbing shook his head. "At the end of the day, it's just an unverified piece of information. Just take it as a gift to congratulate you on your success." It was naturally good to trade equally, but Yi Longbing had come to West Hill City with the intention of building a relationship with Lin Feng. If he could curry favor with Lin Feng this way, it would definitely be beneficial for him to achieve his goal. With Lin Feng's current reputation and status, even a primordial spirit expert like Yi Longbing would take the initiative to seek cooperation more often. Since he took the initiative to seek cooperation, he naturally had to humble himself first. Lin Feng glanced at Yi Longbing and smiled slightly. "Fellow Daoist, Yi, you're too polite. I thank you for your kindness on behalf of my disciple." Yi Longbing's information was rather crude, but Lin Feng's intuition told him that it was probably very reliable. "I heard that Chao Wei has also come to West Hill City. It goes without saying that he wants to fish in troubled waters." Lin Feng smiled inwardly. "I'm waiting for you." Compared to the Skypool sect, Lin Feng actually cared more about the Mount Shu sword sect. At the Tianji Peak sword trials, Mount Shu had been utterly defeated and humiliated by him. However, that was because the third-tier primordial spirit experts, including sect leader Xian Longsheng, were in seclusion and could not be present. Lin Feng could roughly guess the reason for their seclusion. Just as Lin Feng coveted Mount Shu's heavenly immortal sword Qi, Mount Shu was also coveting his heaven-punishing sword Qi. It would have been fine if Mount Shu did not come this time, but once Xian Longsheng arrived, it meant that their seclusion had definitely yielded results. At that time, Mount Shu and Taishu Temple's radicals would suppress them together, which would be equivalent to the 2 sacred grounds joining forces. Looking at the current divine land, there was probably no force that had the confidence to withstand such pressure, except for Taishu Temple itself. I need to make more preparations. Lin Feng thought to himself, it's just that it's still too early for me to bear that kind of power. Silently, Lin Feng sat upright in his quiet room. Suddenly, he felt that someone was asking to see him. The newcomers were a man and a woman. The man was slightly older, about 17 years old. He had dark skin, a tall and thin figure, and a dignified expression on his face. It was Li Yuanfang. The girl was younger, only about 10 years old. She was dressed in red and looked very cute. She was Luo Qinggu. The two of them met outside the door. The little girl was a little embarrassed, but she still walked in with Li Yuanfang. After seeing each other, the two of them knelt in front of Lin Feng. After making up her mind, the little loli was even more open. She said in a crisp voice, Xiao Wu wants to become Senior's disciple and learn the Tao. I want to listen to Senior's orders. Please accept Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu will be obedient and cultivate diligently. This had become the biggest vision and dream in Luo Qingwu's heart. Even if Lin Feng did not agree to her this time, she would continue to work hard until she met the entry requirements. For this, she could do anything. Silently, Li Yuanfang knelt beside Luo Qingwu. He first kowtowed to Lin Feng, then straightened up and said seriously, Junior is indebted to Senior's great kindness. I have no way to repay it, so I dare not ask for anything else. I only hope to become a disciple of Xianmen Tianzong. I will follow Xianmen Tianzong's orders and run errands for the sect. Please accept Junior, Senior. After saying that, Li Yuanfang kowtowed to the ground again. He was extremely grateful to Lin Feng and Xianmen Tianzong. He also had a deep sense of belonging to Xianmen Tianzong. So when Ding Runfeng insulted Xianmen Tianzong, he stood up. What he was conflicted about was not whether he was willing to be apprenticed to Lin Feng, but he believed that he had received too much kindness from Lin Feng. It was so much that this young man felt that he could not repay it at all. If he wanted to be apprenticed to Lin Feng, wouldn't it be more advantageous for him? Until Ding Runfeng said that he was not Lin Feng's disciple. This really made Li Yuanfang, who liked to take everything seriously, extremely unhappy. It also made him finally make up his mind to be apprenticed to Xianmen Tianzong. Even if it was just to be a floor sweeper, he was willing. Lin Feng looked at Li Yuanfang and Luo Qingwu in front of him. He smiled slightly and supported them with his transcendence energy, allowing them to stand up. I, Xianmen Tianzong, accept heroes from all over the world. Since you are willing to join us, I will naturally not reject you. But the details can wait until you return to the mountain. Now, just cheer for Tianhao with peace of mind. Lin Feng smiled. The battle between Tianhao and the dual-pupiled person is a rare opportunity for you. Watch it carefully, and you will benefit greatly. Li Yuanfang and Luo Qingwu immediately bowed to Lin Feng. Yes, master. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the final battle was approaching. The fated battle between Shi Tianhao and Shi Tianyi was finally about to begin. Lin Feng came out of the quiet room. The courtyard outside the house was already filled with people, led by his personal disciples and Zen Master Dade. Everyone was waiting for him. Let's go. Lin Feng smiled. His transcendence energy swept up everyone, and they instantly passed through the endless void and arrived outside the imperial palace. There, Prince Anliang Shi Zongyue, Honorable Swordsman Fluttering Snow, Crown Prince Shi Chongyun, and Princess Shi Xingyun welcomed them together. You are too kind. After Lin Feng landed, he first greeted Shi Zongyue and Honorable Swordsman Fluttering Snow. Then, his gaze fell on Crown Prince Shi Chongyun. This arrogant and overbearing crown prince of the great Qin dynasty was much steadier than when he met him on Yunxing Peak. However, he was also gloomier. When he saw Lin Feng, he looked respectful and bowed to Lin Feng together with Shi Xingyun. After Lin Feng landed, he released Xiao Yan and the others. Xiao Yan and Shi Chongyun met face to face, his face instantly revealing an expression that was like a smile, yet not a smile. Although Shi Chongyun did not reveal his transcendence energy, Xiao Yan could vaguely tell that Shi Chongyun had not wasted his time during this period. He had broken through to the middle Yuanying realm and could now absorb the nine heavens' clear qi to strengthen his Yuanying spiritual soul and physical body. But compared to that day on Cloud Traversing Peak, Xiao Yan's improvement in strength had reached an even more exaggerated stage. Even though Shi Chongyun's strength far surpassed normal Yuanying stage cultivators, in a one-on-one fight Xiao Yan still had the confidence to beat him until he was looking for his teeth all over the ground. When Shi Chongyun saw Xiao Yan and Yu Hongyan, his eyes flickered slightly. However, he did not say anything and greeted the crowd calmly. Since he was not here to cause trouble, Xiao Yan and Yu Hongyan would naturally not care about him. Everyone would follow the normal procedure. Shi Xingyun stood at the side and shook his head with a smile as he watched the scene. Shi Zongyue silently observed Shi Chongyun's behavior and nodded slightly. He then looked at Lin Feng and said, "Sect Leader Lin, please." As he spoke, Shi Zongyue clapped his hands, and a talisman flew into the air. It shone brightly and soon turned into a door of light with a large amount of red light seeping out. This door of light was connected to the ancient sky dragon domain. With Shi Zongyue leading the way, everyone entered the ancient sky dragon domain through the door of light. This was a completely independent space that was almost like a medium-class world. The scenery was strange and varied, and the sky was a deep red. In addition to the red sky, there were many chaotic airflows in the ancient sky dragon domain. Although the spiritual qi seemed chaotic, it actually operated in a unique pattern. Lin Feng sensed it for a moment and said, no wonder the ancient sky dragon domain moved. The spiritual qi here is not suitable for the demon race to cultivate. It seems chaotic, but it actually contains a few stable patterns and rhythms that are very suitable for the human race to cultivate. To be precise, it's actually suitable for mixed blood half-demons. Between the deep red sky and earth, there were 5 different colors of white, green, black, red, and yellow flashing from time to time. It was gorgeous and dazzling, as though light dragons were dancing in the sky. It was not a simple illusion, but there was a real and thick dragon power within it. It was the combination of the spiritual qi in the ancient sky dragon domain and the remnant aura of the dragon race here. Some of the aura of the dragon race was extremely powerful, and there was no lack of aura left behind by the Dragon King, who had achieved an indestructible demonic soul. Such a powerful aura combined with the spiritual qi to form a light dragon that vaguely possessed spirituality. Like a real dragon, the people who followed Lin Feng were amazed. This place was indeed worthy of being the place where the great Qin dynasty thrived. It was a different feeling compared to the scene on Yujing Mountain, the group of second-generation inner chamber disciples, as well as Xiao Zhen, Li Yuanfang, Luo Qinggu, Jun Zining, and the others all looked at everything in front of them with interest. On the other hand, although Xiao Yan and his senior brothers Tunten and Zhuge Fengling were also scanning the scene in the ancient sky dragon domain, their focus was clearly different. They looked around and then gathered together from time to time to whisper. Shi Chongyun and Shi Xingyun were a little curious, and Shi Xingyun simply moved closer. Shi Chongyun was too embarrassed to move closer, but his ears also perked up to listen carefully. This is very strange. Why can't I see any signs of damage? Could the environment of the ancient sky dragon domain have a regeneration function? Xiaoyan looked around with a face full of disbelief. Tunton curled his lips. Impossible. It must be in a relatively hidden place. We just haven't discovered it. Zhuge Fengling also said in a strange tone, but I really can't see anything strange. It's so strange. Although Zhu Yi, Wang Lin, Yu Hongyan, and Yang Qing did not say anything, the expressions on their faces were a little strange. Sword Sovereign Flying Snow also noticed the younger generation whispering and asked, "What's the matter?" "Nothing, nothing." Xiaoyan denied, but soon muttered to himself, "It's been 3 days, that can't be. Did the sun rise from the west?" Sword Sovereign Flying Snow and Shi Chongyan were confused, and then saw the corners of Shi Zongyue's and Shi Xingyun's mouths twitch. Shi Zongyue's face darkened, as if he had thought of something unpleasant, while Shi Xingyun smiled bitterly. "Sister, what nonsense are they talking about?" A confused Shi Chongyan transmitted his voice to Shi Xingyun. Shi Xingyun sighed. "They're surprised that Tianhao didn't cause any trouble after entering our ancient sky dragon domain. According to past experience, this place should have been chaotic and earth-shattering." Shi Chongyan opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Has this brat really grown up? Shi Xingyun, who had witnessed the Desolate Sea Grand Assembly, the ancient Desolate Sea Realm, and the Kunpeng's secret treasure, could not help but feel nervous at this time. His eyes began to sweep around to check everything in the ancient sky dragon domain. King Anliang Shi Zongyue, who was walking at the front, had already begun to do this. He wanted to turn every inch of the ancient sky dragon domain over and over again. Chapter 577. The maturing dragon tendon grass, illusion fruit, and other spirit herbs were not stolen or eaten. The mixed blood dragon beasts were not hunted or killed. The dragon blood spirit spring was not destroyed or looted. Shi Zongyue and Shi Xingyun looked around but did not find anything wrong. Both of them clicked their tongues in amazement and found it unbelievable. Xiaoyan and the other disciples rubbed their eyes. Did the sun really rise from the west? Zhu Yi smiled and said, "Little junior brother is growing up. He won't be as mischievous as before." Yang Qing also said, "Today is his big day after all. I don't think he will be distracted by other things, right?" "Impossible." Tunton yelled, "I bet he must have done something. Otherwise, I'll go on a hunger strike from now on." Xiaoyan curled his lips. "A leopard can't change its spots. You're going on a hunger strike. Only a fool would believe you. But on the other hand, I don't believe that little junior brother has really settled down this time. Maybe we just haven't discovered it yet." As he spoke, Shi Chongyan snorted, "The ancient sky dragon domain is filled with formations. Even if he wants to do something bad, Shi Chongyun's voice suddenly stopped, as if he had thought of something. At the same time, Shi Zongyue's expression changed drastically. Shi Xingyun also came to a realization. Could it be? Shi Zongyue didn't even bother to say goodbye to Lin Feng, rushing into the distance. Lin Feng and the others followed behind him and flew all the way. Very soon, a huge building appeared in front of everyone. Lin Feng looked over. The building looked strange, like a huge hourglass placed on the ground. The bottom was huge, and the middle was small. It extended toward the red sky above like a tree spreading its branches and leaves, forming a huge building complex. However, these were not trees or plants, but rocks. Above the building, streams of 5-colored dragon chi soared into the sky, connecting to the 9 heavens and spreading out in all directions. Among the rocks, white bones could vaguely be seen. They were incomparably thick, and there were auspicious clouds of the dragon clan surging around them. They were all true dragon bones. The top of the building was sunken like a huge valley basin. There were mountains, rivers, and lakes in the center, and the area was vast. This building was incomparably huge, even larger than an ordinary mountain range. At the top of the valley, there were many empty spaces. However, these empty spaces were extremely large and narrow. They were a few dozen feet wide, but they were dozens of feet long. Some were even more than 1,000 feet long. There were also many square or circular spaces all around the central valley. In addition, there were many huge stone pillars that stood tall and pointed straight to the sky. Whether it was the empty ground or the stone pillars, although they had been through countless years, the marks left by the dragon scales on them were still clearly visible. "This is the dragon arena," Xiao Yan murmured, "the core region of the ancient sky dragon domain, the place where the primordial sky dragons rested and dueled." He looked at the huge empty space and the stone pillars. These are the seats that the dragon clan left for themselves. When they want to watch the battle, they can lie on the empty space or sit on the stone pillars. Shi Xingyan replied, "Exactly. The ancestors of the great Qin Empire have preserved the original appearance of the dragon arena. Everything is exactly the same as when the dragon clan rested." Her gaze drifted away slightly, but she composed herself very soon. She continued, "However, our great Qin Empire has cast down many formations in the dragon arena. On one hand, it's to guide the pulses of spiritual qi in the ancient region, making it more suitable for humans to cultivate. On the other hand, it's for protection." As she said that, she heard Shi Zongyue let out a grunt, but he was too furious to say anything. Shi Xingyun sensed it carefully and immediately became speechless as well. Shi Chongyun gazed at Xiao Yan and the others like a hawk and a wolf. "It's all that kid's doing." Xiao Yan and the others were confused, but Lin Feng understood what was going on. He sighed and sighed. The formations that the great Qin Empire had cast down in the dragon arena had already been thrown into a mess. The formations here should have used many refined bones of true dragons as raw materials to draw in the tremendous amount of spiritual qi in the ancient region. But now, nearly half of these true dragon bones had been dug out by others. Even if they used their knees to think, they knew who had done this. Shi Tianhao had obtained the emperor's permission to enter the ancient region of Sky Dragon and familiarize himself with the situation in the dragon arena. He had obtained Stonefeather's decree. So, as long as Stonefeather did not take the initiative to control it, the formations in the ancient region of Sky Dragon would not target the tiny Shi Tianhao. He had basically opened the door to a thief. A streak of light flew out of the dragon arena and stopped before everyone. It was Dao Master Changle. He clasped his hands towards Lin Feng, Shi Zongyue, the sword exalt of flying snow, the Buddhist master of virtue, and so on with a bitter smile. Shi Zongyue was like a volcano that was about to erupt. "The kid dug out the dragon bones?" Dao Master Changle sighed. He opened his hand, and several dozen grain-sized granules appeared in his palm. They were translucent like crystals, radiating with a heavy dragon's might and aura of power. They were the dragon bones used to cast down the formations. He didn't take them for himself, returning them in full. However, he can't cast down the formations anymore, and the flow of spiritual qi in the dragon arena has completely changed as a result. Dao Master Changle said, "I've already reported this to His Majesty. His Majesty has given him a verbal order to let him be." Shi Zongyue was both exasperated and amused. "Ha! This time, he's really used 3 days to erase Shi Tiany's advantage of a year." Shi Tiany had once cultivated in the ancient region of Sky Dragon for a year, so he was extremely familiar with both the dragon arena and the environment of the ancient region of Sky Dragon itself. But now, the environment of the dragon arena had completely changed. Whether it be to Shi Tianhao or Shi Tiany, they had both become extremely unfamiliar. It was equivalent to a neutral ground. Neither of them possessed a geographical advantage. Dao Master Changle shook his head. It's probably the exact opposite. Sure, Zongyue was mildly surprised. He carefully sensed the pulses of spiritual qi in the dragon arena again, and he immediately became surprised. Nice one, kid. Sure Chongyun and Sure Xingyun's cultivation was still insufficient. Now that they were far away from the dragon arena, they could not sense the spiritual qi in there clearly enough. Dao Master Changle looked at them and sighed. After Sure Tianhao's changes, the dragon arena is more suitable for cultivators with stronger souls to unleash their strength, while it's even more disadvantageous for cultivators of the body. Sure Chongyun and Sure Xingyun were both stunned. Everyone knew that due to Sure Tianyi's natural dual pupils, his innate soul was far greater than regular people's. Afterwards, he practiced the methods of the soul of the Taishu Temple and wandered into the Taishu Temple, so the strength of his soul became even more powerful. Very few cultivators at the same realm of cultivation could rival him. People like Wang Lin, who could compete with Sure Tianyi in terms of soul, were outliers among outliers after all. As a matter of fact, even Lin Feng recognized them. Let alone everything else, perhaps only Wang Lin and Zhu Yi could put up a fight against Sure Tianyi out of all his disciples when it came to the strength of the soul. The former had narrowly escaped death, wandering through the spatial battlefield for several decades as a lonely soul, tempering himself and even cleansing his soul with the true water of the netherworld. The latter had nurtured himself for many years, merging his scholarly will with the way, lighting up the flames of wisdom and cleansing his body and mind. His soul was reborn, basically mastering the cultivation methods of ancient Confucianism without a teacher. He even showed signs of surpassing his predecessors, allowing him to obtain an extremely powerful soul after birth. And the little Sure Tianhao is the strongest in terms of physical strength among the disciples under Lin Feng's tutelage. There is no one else. Originally, he was as strong as a cub of an ancient ferocious beast, and after being nourished by the wind and thunder spirit qi, the lunar true water, the great sage bee skin, the Kuan Peng true blood, and countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the toughness of his body had reached an unprecedented level in his current realm. However, he had changed the battlefield into a state that was more suitable for Sure Tianyi to fight. There were two possibilities. Either he was an idiot or he had absolute confidence in himself. How could someone who is cultivated to the advanced stage of the golden elixir at the age of 13 be an idiot? Sure Xingyun and Sure Chongyun looked at each other and shook their heads. After a brief moment of shock, Xiao Yan and the others clapped their hands and laughed, cheering for their junior brother's courage. I'll still crush you even if I go easy on you. Lin Feng shook his head and broke into laughter. Silly kid. That was what he said, but Lin Feng agreed with Sure Tianhao's actions. Victory was the #1 priority in actual combat. Even if he had to increase his chances of victory as much as possible and weaken his opponent, he had to adapt to the situation. The battle between the two stones was a decisive battle. In a battle like that, raising one's morale and mentality was instead even more important than geographical advantages. During the 3 days in the ancient Sky Dragon region, Sure Tianhao had already built up his momentum to the limit. He was waiting to erupt with it when he fought Sure Tianyi. Let's go! With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng descended into the dragon arena, with everyone landing in a large, empty space on the outskirts of the valley. A few people had already arrived in the dragon arena. When they saw Lin Feng's arrival, they all nodded in greeting. Lin Feng also nodded his head, then sat down cross-legged on the empty ground. His expression relaxed. Xian Li followed closely behind him. Under Lin Feng's signal, she also sat down. However, She did not remove the huge sword case, still carrying it on her back. It was rather eye-catching. Everyone had grown accustomed to Xian Li's existence over the past 3 days. Xiao Yan, the direct disciples, and the Chan Master Dade all sat down behind Lin Feng in a row. The others sat in a row even further behind, silently waiting for the battle to begin. The second-generation disciples were rather curious. They gazed at the valley below in front of the empty space. Right now, they all possessed some cultivation at Qi practitioner as well. Their eyes and ears were sharp, and their vision was exceptional. However, even after searching for quite a while, they failed to find a single person in the vast valley. That's strange. Where's the little senior uncle? Yan Wuwei's chubby cheeks twitched as he asked curiously. Beside him, Su Yunsheng said silently, I don't know. Don't talk too much. Just wait patiently. Shi Zongyue and the others also looked at Dao Master Changle. Dao Master Changle shook his head. After dismantling the dragon bones, he left the dragon arena. Under His Majesty's orders, I did not search for or track down his location. Everyone said nothing. As time went on, more and more people arrived in the dragon arena. Basically, all the spectators had arrived. Very soon, white clouds surged in the distant sky, and a few figures appeared. Everyone in the dragon arena riled up with vigor. The people from the Taishu Temple have arrived. Chapter 578. The white cloud passed through space and arrived in the dragon arena very soon. The great Qin Empire obviously sent people to receive them, and they landed in an empty area. The various organizations, whether it be the Xianmen Tianzong and the Taishu Temple behind Shi Tianhao and Shi Tianyi, or the other sects and organizations that had come to watch the ceremony, had all been arranged by the great Qin Empire beforehand. For example, Xianmen Tianzong and the Taishu Temple just happened to face each other from afar, one in the east and the other in the west. Directly north was where the great Qin Empire sat as the host, while the people who had come to watch the ceremony were scattered around in 2s and 3s. The leader of the Taishu Temple was a person who seemed like a child. His expression was tranquil, and his gaze was extremely aged. However, none of the people present would underestimate him, as they all knew that this person who seemed like a child was actually a member of the Taishu Temple's Council of Great Elders, a central figure of the radical faction, Quang Heng. Quang Heng had already made a name for himself for over 10,000 years. As a matter of fact, before the Xianlin Taoist and the current temple master of the Taishu Temple, Yan Nanlai, he had experienced 2 great wars against the demon's world. After the war between the 2 worlds last time, the then temple master of the Taishu Temple had retired to the Council of Great Elders due to his injuries. Back then, the 2 people with the most support for the position of temple master were Yan Nanlai and Quang Heng. In the end, Yan Nanlai ascended to the position, and Quang Heng failed. He also joined the Council of Great Elders. However, everyone in the know knew that the reason why Quang Heng had failed was not because he was not as good as Yan Nanlai, but because he belonged to the radical faction, while Yan Nanlai belonged to the conservative faction. Meanwhile, the Taishu Temple had always walked the path of stability. Quang Heng was calm. His gaze landed on Lin Feng first. There was no joy or sorrow, and he nodded indifferently in greeting. Lin Feng faintly smiled, also nodding his head in return. A middle-aged man stood beside Quang Heng. He was the Xianlin Taoist, while a woman in white stood on the other side. She was Exalt Yunzhan, not to mention anything else. Just the 3 of them, standing there, already gave off an oppressive feeling. 2 third-tier essence soul realm experts and 1 second-tier essence soul realm expert. Even the great Qin dynasty and the great Zhou dynasty would find it difficult to produce such a lineup, let alone the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Northern Militant Royal Court, the Purple Firmament Tao, and the Skypond Sect. Looking at the current divine land, perhaps only the Mount Shu Sword Sect had more experts. However, Kwang Hung and the other two were only a part of the Taishu Temple. Even the entire radical faction had not been mobilized. Those who had been around for a long time or were well informed all knew that the actual leader of the radical faction in Taishu Temple was Xianlin Taoist Shibua, Kwang Heng's Shifu, Taishu Temple's previous bigwig Shoichi Dashin, who was of the same generation as Tai Daoist Lord. It was this old man who had received Xianlin Taoist and Daoist Lord Yunzun from the Yu family's ancestral land. However, he had been living in seclusion on Mount White Cloud in recent years. The daily affairs of the radical faction in Taishu Temple had also been entrusted to Kwang Hung and the others. Taishu Temple had always been secluded from the world. Although it had a great reputation, it always gave many people a surreal feeling. It was only today that they had a better understanding of it. The Heavenly Sword Sect's Elder Sword, Immortal Side. Taishu Temple is just a radical faction, but it is stronger than Mount Shu. All the sects in the Divine Land have to thank the conservative faction of Taishu Temple for reining in this fierce horse. The Heavenly Sword Sect he came from was actually supported by Taishu Temple to keep Mount Shu Sword Sect in check. Therefore, he knew Taishu Temple better than anyone else. Everyone present today had arrived. Taishu Temple was like the finale, stealing all the limelight the moment they arrived. In Xianmen Tianzong's camp, little fatty Yan Wuwei curled his lips. What? They're too ostentatious. Lu Xiaofeng shook his head and said, It's not ostentatious. They have the strength and status, but they clearly know that the dual-pupiled person has committed a blood debt in the past, yet they still accept him as their disciple. This kind of behavior is really despicable. They are really hypocrites. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Yi, who was sitting in front of him, said lightly, You can say that Taishu Temple is overbearing and domineering, unable to distinguish right from wrong, but they are not hypocrites. Because in this place, whether it's the conservative faction or the radical faction, the code of conduct has never been to follow the path of a gentleman. Zhu Yi did not turn around. With his back facing the group of second-generation disciples, he said, The conservative faction is unrestrained, while the radical faction seeks to rule by force. In this place, the goal has always been clear, and the methods used are disregarded. It has never been the conduct of a gentleman, and they do not flaunt themselves as righteous. Once they have a goal, they will unswervingly follow their own path, and they will carry it through to the end. The reputation of the outside world is actually more based on what outsiders say, or in other words, others hope that they are righteous, upright, and virtuous gentlemen. Because to outsiders, this is only beneficial to them, and only then can the threat of this behemoth be minimized. At this point, Zhu Yi suddenly laughed softly. Too much of the outside world's reputation is like shackles on Taishu Temple. The funny thing is that some of the younger generation of Taishu Temple really fell for it. But it's a pity that the big shots who are truly at the helm are not muddle-headed. To be able to reach their position, how could they change themselves because of the voices of outsiders? Ever since he knew some of his parents' past, Zhu Yi had put a lot of effort into Taishu Temple, and his understanding was far more thorough than that of ordinary people. Yan Wuwei shrank his fat neck and did not speak. Lu Xiaofeng scratched his head and asked, But Second Uncle Master, since this is the case, Taishu Temple, Mount Shu Sword Sect, and Big Lane Temple are known as the three holy lands of the righteous path in the Divine Land, and the demonic path was completely defeated in the Middle Ages. According to what you said, what's the difference between the righteous path and the demonic path? Isn't it simply the winner takes all? History is written by the victors, and the losers are tarnished by others? Studying at Yujing Mountain, Lu Xiaofeng and the others naturally knew some basic knowledge of the human cultivation world in great detail. Facing Lu Xiaofeng's doubts, Zhu Yi was not dissatisfied. Instead, he turned his head and nodded slightly to show his approval. You are right. It is indeed not simply the winner takes all. But the difference between the righteous path and the demonic path is not as black and white as the world has made it out to be. There are thousands of great Daos, but human nature is always the same. Lu Xiaofeng and the others slowly pondered over Zhu Yi's words. Xiao Yan chuckled and said, Sit quietly and calm your mind. What's the big deal now? The one who laughs last is the one who laughs best. Subconsciously, everyone looked at Lin Feng's back and calmed down. Little fatty Yan Wu Wei felt Lin Feng's indifference and slowly lowered his head to the ground. I was too impetuous. Lin Feng's back was facing them. His expression did not change. He looked at the people from Taishu Temple who had made the grand entrance and could not help but shake his head and laugh in his heart. Just as Xiao Yan said, the one who laughs last is the one who laughs best. The higher we stand now, the harder we fall later. Opposite them, Kuang Heng and the others landed one by one. Behind them stood a group of Taishu Temple disciples in 2s and 3s. All of them were full of energy and had outstanding cultivation at a young age. Among them was Ding Runfeng, who had a pure young constitution. However, Bai Shiqian was not among them. The people from the other forces looked at the young Taishu Temple disciples with envy. Taishu Temple is indeed the place where geniuses gather. Even among the many Taishu Temple disciples, a tall young man was the most eye-catching. His expression was calm, and his eyes were tightly shut. It was Shi Tianyi. Those who had seen him before experienced a wondrous feeling when they saw Shi Tianyi again. It was as if this young man was different from before, showing signs of being reborn. After bowing towards Kuang Heng and the others, Shi Tianyi leapt off the platform and landed in the valley below. He stood there calmly with his hands behind his back. My good little brother, you still haven't arrived? Shi Tianyi's voice rang out into the distance. The young cultivators in the dragon arena stirred slightly. This was the first time Shi Tianyi had taken the initiative to provoke Shi Tianhao with battle intent. Even after quite a while, Shi Tianhao did not reply. In the dragon arena, streams of power began to exchange. Although everyone said nothing, they all whispered to each other. The day of the battle had already arrived. Shi Tianyi had already arrived, while the other person fighting Shi Tianhao was nowhere to be seen, which immediately led to a lot of speculation. Shi Tianyi waited for quite a while before turning his head slightly. Are you not planning on appearing? Why are you in such a hurry? Is your right eye ready? A cold voice suddenly rang out from the Xianmen Tianzong camp. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned towards Lin Feng and the others. They saw that apart from Lin Feng, everyone else was also looking at a purple-clothed youth with a head full of white hair and an indifferent expression in surprise. That's the third disciple under the Master of the Gate of Wonders, Wang Lin. He's the one who blinded Shi Tianyi's left eye in the spatial battlefield. Those who understood what had happened immediately cried out. In the past, when he was still at the late golden elixir, he blinded the Yuanying Shi Tianyi. Now that I've heard he's also formed a nascent soul, doesn't that mean he's even stronger? Not necessarily. Shi Tianyi has become stronger too. We probably won't know until they fight. However, he really is a vicious person. I heard he killed people in the spatial battlefield with a raise of his hand. The golden elixir killed Yuanying people like they were dogs. In the cultivation world of the divine land, Wang Lin could also be said to be a legendary figure. He was an example of a person who did not make a name for himself, but once he did, he would amaze the world. From the very beginning, When he first became a disciple of Lin Feng, his cultivation progress was the slowest. He was even ridiculed, as the only time Lin Feng made a mistake in accepting a personal disciple. Later on, when he first became famous at the Desolate Sea Assembly, he exploded like a blowout. In just a few months, he rushed from the early foundation establishment stage to the early golden elixir, shocking everyone. If Wang Lin did not have any special achievements until now, then in the spatial battlefield, he blinded one of the early Yuanying Shi Tianyi with his golden elixir cultivation. This made his name spread throughout the great heaven primordial world. In the end, he, who had always been inconspicuous under Lin Feng, was the first to form a Yuanying, officially becoming a figure that even primordial soul realm powerhouses would look at. Amidst the discussions in the surroundings, Shi Tianyi's eyes snapped open. He stared at Wang Lin, and the single pupil in his left eye suddenly constricted like a regular person's. It was this white-haired young man who ended his legend, even blinding the dual pupil he took pride in. However, it was exactly because of this that he underwent rebirth and took another step forward in strength. The dual pupil in Shi Tianyi's right eye shone with unprecedented light. A golden haze of light basically filled the entire dragon arena. Everything rose and fell in the haze like a real world. Chapter 5, 79. Out of all the disciples of Xianmen Tianzong present, Wang Lin was probably the person who made Shi Tianyi feel aggrieved the most. None of them were as effective as him in slapping Shi Tianyi's face. Just from looking at Wang Lin's expressionless face, Shi Tianyi felt his left eye ache slightly. Everyone in Xianmen Tianzong was rather surprised that Wang Lin would stand forward bravely. In particular, the second-generation disciples, including Wang Lin's direct disciple Li Xingfei, were all rather surprised. They never expected Wang Lin, who usually seemed like he did not care about anything, to stand forward voluntarily. On the other hand, Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, Yu Hongyan, and Yang Qing looked at one another and smiled. Looking at Shi Tianyi's double pupil in his right eye, Xiao Yan smiled gently and directly stood up. With a boom, for huge, fiery wings unfurled from his back. The four-colored wings condensed from the four great true flames burned fiercely as devastating power expanded outwards. Beside him, Zhu Yi also stood up calmly. Clear light shone brightly above his head. Within the light, there seemed to be a magnificent text that shook up the space, leading to the sound of chanting in the surroundings. It was like countless sages were reciting poetry together, illuminating the world. In the dragon arena, everyone looked at Wang Lin and the two of them silently. For a moment, they were all speechless. The first disciple under the Master of the Gate of Wonders, Xiao Yan, had made a name for himself for the first time in the battle outside the Sand Continent city. Afterwards, he rose to fame for the first time in his battle against the crown prince of the Qin Empire, the early Yuanying Shi Chongyun, on the cloud-traversing peak as an early golden elixir cultivator. He became famous earlier than Wang Lin, but he had been on a downward curve. After the Battle of Cloud Peak, he was almost forgotten by the world, and the limelight was stolen by his junior brothers. But just a month ago, Xiao Yan reappeared in the world like a fire god descending to the mortal world. He forcefully flattened the Yu clan, single-handedly killed more than 10 Yuanying ancestors of the Yu clan, and killed 3 late-stage Yuanying experts with a celestial flaming lotus. Suddenly, he became the most dazzling existence among the disciples under Lin Feng. Even though his 2 junior brothers were 1 step ahead of him in Yuanying, it still couldn't cover up the brilliance of this brave youth. On the other hand, Zhu Yi, who was beside him, was also an extremely legendary figure. He didn't seem to reveal anything, but among his fellow disciples, he had always been a pillar of support. He would never disappoint anyone, His literary aura caused 100 saints to cry out in unison, and his late-stage golden elixir cultivation was recognized by a magic weapon of the transformation level, which was unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. Looking at them, everyone present couldn't help but think, the people of Xianmen Tianzong are all monsters compared to Shaoyan and the others. Even the Taishu Temple, which had always been known as the gathering place of geniuses, seemed to be weaker, especially when they saw Yu Hongyan beside Shaoyan and the others. This feeling became stronger. Just 3 days ago, in West Hill City, Yu Hongyan, with his early-stage golden elixir cultivation, fought against the late-stage golden elixir Taishu Temple's direct disciple by Shiqian. It was a fair battle, and he defeated by Shiqian. My good little brother, does he only know how to hide behind others? Shi Tianyi stared at Wang Lin and the others. His expression did not change at all, and his bearing was heavy. His body gradually lit up with white light, and his aura surged, rising straight up into the deep red sky of the ancient sky dragon region. At this moment, the sky above the ancient sky dragon region suddenly became densely packed with thunderclouds. The thunderclouds shone with 5-colored light, and a golden dragon descended on the largest empty space to the north of the dragon arena. The golden dragon landed on the ground and revealed the Emperor Stonefeather's figure. A group of people followed beside him, and the person in the lead was a middle-aged scholar in plain clothes. He did not seem to possess any cultivation, but no one dared to underestimate him. He was the Minister of Authority of the Great Qin Empire, Wu Qingru. Stonefeather swept past the entire dragon arena. Are the 2 parties participating in the battle all here? Shi Tianyi said indifferently. Some people aren't here yet. Stonefeather looked at Lin Feng, and Lin Feng raised his eyes to meet his gaze calmly. In the next moment, their gazes flashed at the same time. In the dragon arena, Kuang Heng and Xianlin Taoist gazes moved slightly at the same time. Afterwards, the gazes of Dao Exalt Cloud Zone, Shi Zongyue, the Old Sword Immortal Sword Exalt Flying Snow, and so on all moved slightly, gazing towards the south of the dragon arena. More and more people gazed in that direction. Shi Tianyi, Shaoyan, Wang Lin, Zhu Yi, and so on all gazed over too. Although it was very far away and atmospheric winds whistled past, everyone could still hear heavy footsteps rapidly approaching. When the footsteps landed on the ears of those who were below the nascent divinity realm, they felt as if the person was stepping on their hearts. Afterwards, the footsteps suddenly came to a halt. With a great boom, it was like something had struck the ground heavily. Afterwards, a figure rushed into the sky, somersaulting in the air and flipping into the dragon arena. When they saw the figure clearly, everyone was stunned. The newcomer was several meters tall, and his entire body flickered with golden light. He was like a vicious beast of primordial times that walked on its hind legs. A violent aura filled the entire dragon arena. He landed in the valley to the south of the dragon arena and made his way towards the bottom of the valley step by step. His footsteps were like thunder. As he advanced step by step, the golden light around him gradually vanished, and he became much shorter too. In the end, when the golden light dispersed, he was less than 3 meters tall. But at this moment, this person was covered in dense, purplish-green lightning and whistling gales. The crackling of electricity filled the air. It was extremely terrifying, like he was a god of ghosts. As he advanced, the wind and lightning gradually dispersed too, gradually revealing the figure of a tall, young man. Although he only seemed to be around 13 years old, he stood tall and straight. His figure was extremely perfect, as if he was a creation of the world, personally forged by the heavens. His pure white, jade-like skin was flat and glossy. He did not seem to possess any strength at all, just like porcelain. However, Everyone present could vaguely sense the extremely terrifying vitality hidden in this body. His long, dark hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were clearly defined. With a swipe of his large, dark eyes, the corner of the young man's lips curled into a smile. As he walked, he even smiled and waved at the spectators in the dragon arena, greeting them. He even blew them a few kisses. Everyone collapsed in laughter. They were all speechless. Originally, they thought he was late because he was overly serious or nervous, but looking at it now, that was not the case at all. The young man seemed to walk slowly, but he actually arrived on the plains at the bottom of the valley very soon. He stopped and bowed towards Lin Feng on the Xianmen Tianzong's side first. "Master, your disciple has arrived." He was Lin Feng's disciple, the other main character of today's battle, Shi Tianhao. Lin Feng smiled. "Go ahead and do it." Shi Tianhao nodded. He turned around and looked at Shi Tianyi in front of him. His smile gradually vanished. "I've made you wait, my little big brother. I need you to help me open the Dragonstone Gate." "I do have that much patience," Shi Tianyi said silently. Shi Tianhao blinked his large, shiny eyes. "Oh yeah, I almost forgot, if you didn't mention it. Knocking you over is just something I can do in passing. The gate is the main point." He turned around and looked around. "Though, where's the gate?" The Qin Emperor Shi Yu smiled from the northern terrace. He raised his eyes and gazed at the sky. His gaze had almost solidified. In the next moment, the dark red sky above everyone immediately rumbled. The space twisted strangely, forming a huge swirl that probably spanned thousands of kilometers. It was extremely colossal. Lin Feng also raised his head and gazed at the sky. He saw a dragon's roar ring out from the deep, red swirl. It was rather weak at first, but it grew louder and louder. Slowly, a milky white jade gate emerged from the center of the swirl. It stood over 30 meters tall and was tightly shut. There were dragon carvings on its surface. The eyes of these carvings lit up together, shining with golden light as if they were about to come alive. Dragons' roars rang out from within. With the descent of the white jade gate, a rain of light danced through the sky like falling petals. The originally dark red sky was now dyed golden, dazzling. "Is this the Dragonstone Gate?" Everyone stared at the white jade gate. At this moment, the Qin Emperor Shi Yu said indifferently, "Descendants of my great Qin's Shi clan have produced 2 young prodigies like you today. It's quite a grand occasion. In this dragon arena, you can unleash everything you're best at and fight it out. If your battle prowess can pass the test of the Dragonstone Gate, then you can open the Dragonstone Gate. The victor can enter the gate for a day, and you can use the treasures inside, as you please." Stonefeather's gaze swept past Lin Feng and Quang Heng. Lin Feng and Quang Heng both nodded. Stonefeather immediately said, "You can begin now." As soon as he said that, 2 figures flashed between the plains and mountains up ahead. They had already collided like comets, charging towards each other together. Shockwaves spread out, immediately ripping apart the atmospheric winds and mist in the dragon arena. The bottom of the valley immediately lit up with auspicious clouds of the dragon race's might, blocking the shockwaves and preventing them from spreading out and affecting the surrounding viewing platforms. For a moment, the 2 figures collided several dozen times in the space. Every single collision was like 2 actual stars colliding, shocking and chilling. Even the gazes of the soul form experts only focused on the intense battle. "This battle will definitely go down in the annals of history," the Stellar Sword Exalt said slowly, and the Solar Luminary Sword Exalt beside him nodded too. For little Shirtu and big Shirtu to have this kind of realm and this kind of power at their age was really too rare. Even the Essence Soul cultivators felt slightly shaken when they thought about their Dharma powers when they were at the early stage of the nascent Soul realm and the peak stage of the Golden Core realm. Boom! Another violent collision occurred. The mist surged, and the atmospheric winds dispersed. Only after quite a while did it settle down. Two figures faced each other from afar, each standing on one side. To the east was the tiny Shi Tianhao. His face was indifferent as he stared at Shi Tianyi. He turned his head slightly. Shi Tianyi, it's been a while. Shi Tianyi looked at the young man before him calmly. After a while, he said indifferently, "Yeah, it's been a while, Shi Tianhao." Before this, when the two of them met, they still referred to each other as brothers. Outsiders had no idea how much ridicule, mockery, and contempt there was. But today, the two of them referred to each other by name for the first time. They shared the same goal. Today's battle would not end until one of them was dead. Chapter 580. Shi Tianhao stood calmly where he was, but his current physical state was completely different from before. He didn't show the terrifying appearance that he had when he first appeared. After Shi Tianhao had refined the great Saint Beast's skin and the heavenly movement of wind and thunder into his body, he would no longer show the wind and thunder ghost god's body and the image of the giant golden beast during a real battle. That form was actually his cultivation state and not his battle state. At this moment, Shi Tianhao's originally pure white body was glowing with a faint golden glow, and under his skin there was a greenish-purple light flowing. But his physical appearance did not change at all, and he still looked like a tall youth. But his entire body was burning hot, like an active volcano, and a volcano that was constantly erupting. The power within made all the adepts below the primordial spirit stage solemn. With such physical strength, even many late Yuaniing adepts who had fused the Dharma of heaven and earth into their bodies would be ashamed of their inferiority. Opposite him, Shi Tianyi was deeply moved by this. Shi Tianyi's current appearance was also different from before. His skin was coated with a layer of gold, as though he was a Buddha statue. This was the ultimate defensive mystique of the Buddhist sect that he had cultivated, the unmovable King Buddha body, which he had pushed to the limits. An eternal, unmoving, and indestructible power surged out from within. But at this moment, many cracks had appeared on the surface of Shi Tianyi's golden Buddha-like body. The unmovable King Buddha body was actually broken. In the process of the physical body mystique and martial arts battle, the tiny Shi Tianhao was like using a hammer to smash a walnut, forcefully causing cracks to appear on Shi Tianyi's unmovable King Buddha body. Seeing this scene clearly, all the spectators gasped. To put it bluntly, if Shi Tianyi had not cultivated the strongest defensive mystique of the Great Tempest Monastery, the unmovable King Buddha body, and had instead cultivated some other defensive mystique, his body would have already been smashed into meat paste by Shi Tianhao. Thinking of this, all the adepts below the primordial spirit stage felt a chill down their spines. If they had been in Shi Tianyi's position, they would have been beaten to death by Shi Tianhao in just one round of physical combat. Even the entire celestial sect of wonders was alarmed. Xiaoyan gritted his teeth. He thought of a long time ago when he and his senior brothers had just reached foundation establishment and sparred with each other. At that time, Shi Tianhao, who was still only 4 or 5 years old, a complete milk baby, had already displayed powerful physical strength. At that time when they fought, Xiaoyan didn't believe in heresy and wanted to compete with Shi Tianhao in terms of physical strength. In the end, he lost. He looked at Zhu Yi and Wang Lin, who had already become Yuaniing, and said, "You too, if you fight with little junior brother now, do you dare to compete with physical strength?" Zhu Yi, who had always been calm, rolled his eyes and said, "I must be crazy to compete with little junior brother in terms of physical strength." Wang Lin thought about it seriously and said, "The Yellow Spring's undying body can only guarantee that little junior brother won't kill you directly. Even if you transform into the Yellow Springs, you can't fight him head-on. Before the Yellow Springs' true water can purify his physical strength, he will first destroy it." Xiao Yan turned to look at Yu Hongyan, the red-haired girl, who had always been fearless and courageous, smiled bitterly, and said, "I have also reached the late stage of the golden elixir, and with the demonic dragon halberd, I can barely fight, but in terms of physical strength, I can't win." At the side, Xiao Zhiner suddenly smiled and said, "Big brother Xiao Yan, now only you are at the same level as him. Why don't you talk about yourself?" Not caring that his disciple was sitting behind him, Xiao Yan chewed on a grass stalk without a care for his image and said casually, "It's very simple. In terms of physical strength, I can't beat this brat. If it's a full-scale battle, I will win if I can kill him with my triple fire lotus. If I can't, then I will be the next to die." Xianmen Tianzong and the others discussed enthusiastically. Shi Tianyi, who was in the field, had the deepest understanding of Shi Tianhao's physical strength. He looked down at the cracks on his golden body, and his eyes flashed. I really didn't expect that your physical strength is so strong." Previously in the Void battlefield, although Jing Huanho didn't use his full strength, he was still a late-stage Yuanying martial artist. Although he had the upper hand in physical strength, he still couldn't crack Shi Tianyi's immovable King Buddha body, making it look like a broken statue. At this moment, Shi Tianyi's immovable King Buddha body was broken, and the immovable King Buddha bodies was gradually dissipating. He dissipated the power of the immovable King Buddha body completely. "I've always heard that your physical body is strong, so I decided to give it a try today. Seems like the rumors are true. Since that's the case, then I won't let you touch my body again." Shi Tianhao smiled. "If you say I won't touch you, then I won't touch you." As he said that, he pounced at Shi Tianyi like lightning. In an instant, he closed the distance and punched out. Shi Tianyi's double pupil shone brightly, and the golden light spread out, turning into a mist. Within the mist, countless patterns and symbols appeared, lining up and turning into all living things, creating a fake world. Shi Tianhao was alarmed, and he stopped in his tracks. Shi Tianyi looked at him calmly. "What's wrong? Can't tell the difference between reality and illusion? Worried that the me standing here is just a fake illusion? Worried that you will fall into the world I created and be controlled by me? To be honest, your senior brother Wang Lin's soul is very strong." Shi Tianyi calmly said, "My right eye is of limited use against him, especially when he is prepared in advance." Shi Tianyi's tone was gentle, as though he was chatting with Shi Tianhao. "But you are different. The power of your soul is only average, far from mine. You can't see through reality and illusion." Shi Tianhao bared his teeth and laughed. "Cut the crap. Come at me if you can. Do you think that the power of my double pupils is only for defense? Do you think that as long as you don't get close to me, you won't be hurt by my double pupils?" Shi Tianyi said calmly, "Wrong, very wrong. From the moment I saw you with my right, you were already in the world I created." In the next instant, Shi Tianhao suddenly felt Shi Tianyi's voice behind him. He could even feel Shi Tianyi's breath on his neck. "Now, you understand?" Another Shi Tianyi suddenly appeared behind Shi Tianhao, close at hand. Divine light surged in his hand, like mist and lightning, striking towards the back of Shi Tianhao's head. And at this time, Shi Tianhao suddenly laughed. "The one who doesn't understand is you." As he spoke, he suddenly turned around, his right hand clenched into a fist, and his elbow flicked. His right fist was like a sledgehammer, striking towards Shi Tianyi behind him. Boom! Shi Tianhao's fist directly exploded space. Countless spirit energies were annihilated. Heaven, earth, wind, thunder, water, fire, mountain, and swamp, the 8 phenomena of heaven, earth, wind, thunder, water, fire, mountain, and swamp transformed into each other, advancing towards infinity. Then they were annihilated again, giving birth to infinite power that exploded. 8 trigram sky collapsing hammer. This punch of Shi Tianhao's was extremely fast. Even though it was launched later, it arrived first. It was even faster than Shi Tiany's attack. Before Shi Tiany's right hand could reach the back of his head, it had already struck Shi Tiany's waist. Shi Tiany, who had dispersed the immovable King Buddha body, was sent flying by this punch, fresh blood spurting out. Seeing this scene, Yu Hongyan's eyes lit up. Lin Feng didn't even turn back. He just smiled and said, "Seems like Hongyan, you have gained something." Yu Hongyan answered, "Reporting to Master, disciple has been practicing your 8 trigrams heaven collapsing hammer. Currently, I have only mastered the thunder tremor hammer, mountain hammer, and earth hammer. Now that I have seen Tianhao's complete 8 trigrams heaven collapsing hammer, I have some new insights. If I ponder over it for a few more days, I will have more improvements." Lin Feng smiled faintly. "You still have to be more independent." Yu Hongyan nodded. "I understand, Master." In the spectator stands of the great Qin Empire, Shi Chongyan nodded. Although Shi Tiany's right pupil can create an illusory world, the world itself doesn't possess any offensive capabilities. Even if he creates an offensive scene or situation, it's all illusory. He can only suppress the enemy, not injure or kill them. Unless they just stand in a stalemate like this, Shi Tiany has to personally take action and launch a second wave of attacks if he wants to launch a true attack. Shi Chongyan said, "If he attacks from afar with techniques, then so be it, but if he attacks Shi Tianhao up close, he can't stop Shi Tianhao from reacting too quickly. He can respond in an instant, and he can even arrive first even if he starts later. Without the protection of the immovable King Buddha body, Shi Tiany will immediately suffer a great loss." On the side, Shi Xingyun said, "Brother, the person with dual pupils isn't that simple." Oh, Shi Chongyan knew that his sister had a special background. Although her cultivation was not as great as his, her soul was more powerful. Hearing Shi Xingyun say that, he immediately shifted his attention back to the dragon arena. He saw Shi Tianhao send Shi Tiany flying with a punch, but he did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at his own fist closely. How crafty! Even the attack this time is an illusion. A third Shi Tiany appeared near him. His expression was calm. "Of course, since I already know your physical strength is extremely powerful, why would I still be stupid enough to attack you from up close?" Shi Tianhao waved his hand and said indifferently, "Oh, then what do you plan on doing? Staring at me here and seeing who starves to death first? Don't fret. I'm already here." Shi Tiany smiled faintly, and the space suddenly began to tremble slightly. Shi Tianhao scanned the surroundings with the senses of his soul. He could only vaguely sense that many things seemed to have suddenly appeared in the space, but they were not spiritual qi or magic power, let alone the naked eye. Even the senses of his soul struggled to capture them. "Are you trying to attack me with soul techniques?" All of Shi Tianhao's vital energy and blood began to burn. A faint layer of red light appeared on his body, illuminating the surroundings to the point where even ghosts and gods struggled to approach him. Powerful martial cultivators possessed vigorous vital energy and were as scorching as the sun. Their souls were tightly connected to their powerful bodies, making them extremely difficult to shake. They could also effectively suppress soul techniques. However, With this illumination, Shi Tianhao immediately squinted his eyes slightly. This was because there were actually hundreds or even thousands of phantom-like figures drifting about in the surroundings. The faces of the phantoms all resembled Shi Tianyi. In the eyes of the spectators, even a group of soul transformation powerhouses frowned. Every single person had a soul, and they only had one. However, Shi Tianyi had actually conjured thousands of souls. Chapter 581. That's the heavenly origin shadow-forming ability from the Taishu Temple, right? Venerable Perpetual Joy said, hesitantly. He looked at the peaceful king, Shi Zongyue. With the strength of their souls as soul cultivators, the powerful figures could clearly see the thousands of figures in the dragon arena that resembled wandering souls. The power of Shi Tianyi's right eye's dual pupil was powerful, but it could not fool the spectating soul cultivators. Shi Zongyue stared at Shi Tianyi in the arena and nodded slowly. That's the heavenly origin shadow-forming ability, the most powerful ability from the Taishu Temple. However, normally speaking, it's impossible to create so many soul projections. The reason for this effect is because of the boulder's powerful soul and the unique mysteries of the power of the dual pupil. Thousands of souls surrounded Shi Tianhao. All of Shi Tianhao's body erupted with vital energy, becoming like a great cauldron. The heat made the surrounding space seem to distort. Lightning techniques were the most effective against soul techniques, followed by the tough, masculine bodies of powerful cultivators. Powerful vital energy made it difficult for souls to approach. However, too much water could extinguish the fire, and too much fire could also boil away the water. Shi Tianyi had basically created over 1,000 souls right now. Every single one of them was condensed and powerful, blotting out the sky like dark clouds. Even with Shi Tianhao's powerful body, he struggled to keep them at bay. Go! Shi Tianyi bellowed out in the air. Immediately, a large number of souls lunged towards Shi Tianhao. As the souls charged over, they twisted and deformed, losing Shi Tianyi's original appearance. They turned into invisible blades, stabbing down like a storm. Shi Tianyi wanted to directly assassinate the tiny Shi Tianhao's soul. Aside from the primordial divinity powerhouses, everyone else was frowning. In the face of such a powerful spiritual attack, the effect of one's physical body and transcendence power was really limited. Shi Tianyi was burning his divine soul to obtain an extremely powerful attack and penetrating power. If it were anyone else using this move, they would be harming themselves first before harming the enemy, dying together with the enemy. But when Shi Tianyi used Heavenly Essence shadow form, his divine soul manifested thousands of times. It wasn't splitting, but almost duplicating. Although it could not be maintained for a long time, as long as the spell lasted, it was equivalent to having thousands of souls. Sacrificing some of them would not affect him at all. Thousands of soul attacks. Even if Shi Tianhao's flesh and blood were powerful, and he could automatically form a defense that would melt Shi Tianyi's soul, it would still be very difficult for him to resist such a concentrated attack. Shi Tianyi was completely using numbers to bully him. However, Shi Tianhao remained calm and fearless. He circulated the dermic powers of the four symbols heaven opening scripture, causing the space behind him to suddenly warp and transform into a chaos whole furnace. The great furnace was opened. The inside was filled with black earth. It was silent and silent like a black hole. A violent bestial roar came from within, like the cries of an infant. It was extremely ear-piercing, and the image of a ferocious beast appeared. It had the body of a goat and the face of a human. Its eyes were under its armpits, and it had tiger teeth and human claws. It was one of the four primordial fierce beasts, Tao Tai. The black earth chaos hole opened, as if a giant primordial ferocious beast had awakened from its slumber. It had been sleeping for countless years and was extremely hungry. As soon as it woke up, it wanted to eat. It opened its abyss-like mouth and swallowed the heavens and the earth. Sure, Tiany's manifested soul attacks all fell into the black earth chaos whole furnace. There was no sound in an instant, like a clay ox entering the sea. Not only can it devour divine abilities and dermic powers, but it can even devour the power of souls. Shi Tianyi had seen Shi Tianhao use this divine ability in the Shi family's mansion. It had directly bitten Shi Tianyi's father's heaven and earth dharma form and refused to let go. He could only watch helplessly as he was devoured. Now, his own soul attacks were the same. Shi Tianhao did not reject any of them and devoured as many as he could. Shi Tianyi's eyes flickered slightly. He immediately stopped the spell and withdrew the remaining souls into his body. Even with the strength of his soul, he still felt slightly tired. The destruction of the souls manifested by the heavenly essence manifestation did not cause him any harm. However, using this divine ability itself was extremely taxing on his soul. Now, he had returned without any results. He could even clearly feel that after devouring his own soul, Shi Tianhao's soul had become even stronger. Shi Tianhao had never had the habit of passively taking a beating. While Shi Tianyi was using his spells to launch attacks, he was also seriously searching for Shi Tianyi's exact location. This time, he was sure that he had found the right target. Shi Tianhao raised his right fist and activated the time symbol of the black-yellow forward formula, suppressing Shi Tianyi's spirit and causing the time in his body to stagnate. Shi Tianyi's soul was strong, so he was not restricted much. However, he also felt as if his whole body had become a clay puppet. He could not speak, could not move, and even the thoughts in his mind had become slow. He tried to break free, but Shi Tianhao's attacks were like waves, wave after wave. After the time symbol, he immediately followed up with the U symbol, completely freezing Shi Tianyi's body and making him unable to move. And Shi Tianhao himself had already approached like a bolt of lightning, bombarding Shi Tianyi with a heavy punch. At the critical moment, Shi Tianyi once again displayed the motionless King Buddha body to withstand Shi Tianhao's blow, but the Buddhist light around his body was almost completely shattered, and his Buddha-like body was covered with cracks like a spider web. Shi Tianyi activated the Heaven Ascension technique, instantly leaving Shi Tianhao far behind again. Shi Tianhao once again activated the U symbol, and the bronze void cauldron lit up, shaking the space so that Shi Tianyi, who was in the early Yuanying realm, could not escape through space travel. At this moment, Shi Tianyi suddenly shouted, "Open!" In the void, a large number of white clouds emerged, vast and ethereal, quickly filling the world, dyeing the dark red sky of the ancient sky dragon domain white. The white clouds tumbled rapidly, and in the center of the sea of clouds, there was infinite light flashing, slowly, as if the door of a divine kingdom was opening. In the stands, the spectators suddenly burst into an uproar. Old Sword Immortal, Tao Master Lan Ting, and the others looked at each other, and even their faces were filled with shock. That's the Central Heaven Gate. The Central Heaven Gate of the 9 heavens of the Taishu technique. Kuang Heng actually passed this great Tao mystique to Shi Tianyi. Even Qin Emperor Shi Yu frowned slightly, looking at the people in the Taishu temple in the west. The 9 heavens of the Taishu technique was the supreme great Tao mystique of the Taishu temple, the strongest combat technique, and its status in the Taishu temple was equivalent to the immortal heavenly sword Qi in the Mount Shu sword sect and the Vairocana palm seal in the Great Lane temple. At the same time, it was also recognized as the number 1 technique in the human cultivation world of the Divine Land. In the history of the Divine Land, there were 2 widely spread sayings about the 9 heavens. One was from the Heavenly Gate, a super sect that was once powerful in the ancient times, but had now been completely annihilated. The heavenly gate defined the 9 heavens as the central great heaven, the eastern heavenly heaven, the northeastern heavenly heaven, the northern black heaven, the northwestern dark heaven, the western dark heaven, the southwestern vermilion heaven, the southern fire heaven, and the southeastern yang heaven. The other was the definition of the Taishu temple, of the 9 heavens. The first was the central heaven. The second was the envious heaven. The third was the subordinate heaven. The fourth was the gung heaven. The fifth was the by heaven. The sixth was the open heaven. The seventh was the harmonious heaven. The eighth was the shun heaven. And the 9th was the chung heaven. 9 was the extreme of numbers, and it had the meaning of infinity. Above the chung heaven was the great Tao, which was endless and mysterious. According to legend, the White Cloud Mountain at the gate of the Taishu temple has the 9 heavens' imperial court, mysterious beyond compare. Only the most outstanding disciples of the Taishu temple can enter to receive baptism and comprehend the supreme ability, the 9 heavens technique of the Taishu temple. The great Tao that Shi Tianyi was displaying now was the first heaven of the Taishu temple, the central heaven gate. The central heaven gate opened, and Shi Tianyi's mana surged. He stared at Shi Tianhao and said, "The gate is easy to say, but it is mysterious. There are thousands of techniques in the world, and if you can find the right path, you can enter the gate. The gate is the beginning, the entrance, and the starting point. In a dilemma, if you can find the gate, there will be a path." As he spoke, Shi Tianyi entered the light gate in a flash. It was mysterious, but once he entered the light gate, he immediately got rid of the effects of Shi Tianhao's universe and Ian techniques. Seeing this, Venerable Sword Flying Snow sighed and said, "This person with dual pupils has benefited from his misfortune. If he didn't get one of his dual pupils blinded in the void battlefield, he wouldn't have gotten this opportunity to accept the baptism of the 9 heavens gate and learn the great Tao of the middle heaven gate." Venerable Sword Flying Snow stared at the battlefield below and nodded. Shi Tianhao is in trouble now. The next moment, Shi Tianyi appeared again, but in another place. He calmly looked at Shi Tianhao and formed a hand seal with both hands. The endless white clouds above suddenly split open, and a bright golden light seemed to pierce through the vault of heaven. Even the crimson sky above the ancient sky dragon domain was broken open, revealing a dark void that was dotted with stars. The appearance was somewhat similar to the appearance of the 9 lights sky-shattering formation when it was activated, although it was much weaker and could not be compared to the super-fierce formation. But the fact that Shi Tianyi, a mere Yuanian cultivator, was able to attract the terrifying power of the stars from afar still made everyone present speechless. The second heaven of the Taishu temple, the divine light of the envious stars, an incomparably complex giant rune, about an acre in circumference, condensed in the sky. Countless haze of light spread in all directions, and a large amount of starlight passed through the endless void and gathered on this rune, making the rune more and more dazzling, like a small sun. The expression on Shi Zongyue's face changed as he said, "In addition to the Zhong Tian gate, even the divine light of the envious stars has been mastered." Shi Tianhao looked up at the giant rune in the sky, frowning slightly. He could feel the power of this technique. The power of the stars was so magnificent that it was not a power that cultivators below the primordial spirit realm could use. To move 1,000 caddies with 4 tails, one would need at least 4 tails of power to use. The remarkable technique of the Taishu temple could really be said to be wonderful. For the first time since the start of the battle, Shi Tianhao really felt threatened. At the same time, Shi Tianyi stretched out his right hand. As the white clouds surged, endless light appeared, turning into mysterious runes one after another, drifting in the space, and a powerful force forcibly locked Shi Tianhao's body in place. Shi Tianhao was slightly stunned to find that he could not move, as if he had used the Yu technique to lock the space where the enemy was. This was another magical effect of the Zhongtian Gate, the first heaven of the Taishu Temple. The opening of the gate is the way out, the beginning, the starting point. Shi Tianyi said faintly, "When the gate is closed, it's the end, and there's no way out." He used the Zhongtian Gate together with the divine light of the envious stars so that Shi Tianhao could not dodge and could only take the bombardment of the stars. As they spoke, the giant rune in the sky above their heads reached its peak, and it was so dazzling that one could not look straight at it. In the next moment, a thick golden beam of light shot straight down at Shi Tianhao below. The blazing light turned everything into nothingness, and everything that stood in its way was penetrated, destroyed, and destroyed. Chapter 582. The power of the stars was tremendous. Shi Tianyi had succeeded in practicing the divine light of the stars, so although he could gather the light of the stars, it was only a very feeble sliver. However, in a battle of magical powers between cultivators below the nascent divinity realm, this trace of it was already an extremely ferocious killing move. Even the spectators in Xianmen, Tianzong sat up straight, staring at the two of them. Cold light flashed through Wang Lin's eyes. Now that he practiced the 4 symbols heaven opening scripture and had already formed a nascent soul, he was not afraid of Shi Tianyi's attack. However, if he returned to the battlefield in space and Shi Tianyi used this move, the outcome of the battle would be very difficult to predict. Xiao Yan murmured to himself, "It's already on par with the firmament fire lotus from a combination of nether evil brilliance and true flames of the sun." His firmament fire lotus was a combination of nether evil brilliance and true flames of the sun. It was the most powerful combination among the dual fire lotuses. Of course, once he formed a nascent soul and his cultivation increased, whether it was the firmament fire lotus or a single true flame, his strength would increase drastically. Although Zhu Yi didn't say anything, his expression also turned solemn. As a spectator, he could clearly sense the viciousness of Shi Tianyi's move. Right now, in the dragon arena, Shi Tianhao, who faced it head-on, obviously sensed it even more clearly. In particular, not only did Shi Tianyi attack with the divine light of the stars, but he even used the ability of the Central Heavens Gate to restrict Shi Tianhao's movements, which made Shi Tianhao's situation even more dangerous. However, Shi Tianhao himself was unfazed. He watched the golden pillar of light hurtle towards him calmly. The space behind him suddenly opened, and the second chaotic cauldron was opened. In the cauldron, invisible storms constantly roared out. Layers of chaotic space surged. The peaceful king, Shi Zongyue, saw this and could not help but be stunned. Isn't that the spatial storm of the 4 divine winds? Wait, no, it's not refining a real spatial storm, but it's giving birth to the concept of power. The figure of a colossal vicious beast appeared in the chaotic cauldron at this moment. It was like a yellow sack, scarlet like alchemic fire, with 6 legs and 4 wings, but it was faceless. The chaos, one of the 4 primordial ferocious beasts, on the same level as Tao Tai. Shi Tianhao let out a long roar. The chaotic force in the second chaotic cauldron strengthened his powerful body, and he directly soared into the sky, facing the golden light beam that was bombarding him. From the beginning, Shi Tianhao had never thought of dodging. He punched out, and space immediately shattered. The vicious beast chaos transformed into a violent storm that collided head-on with the thick golden beam of light. The resplendent golden light flickered incessantly, so bright that the spectators couldn't open their eyes, and their divine senses were also scorching hot. Only a few people could see that Shi Tianhao was standing in midair, the power of chaos constantly shattering the divine light gathered by the stars in the sky. However, How vast was the power of astral energy? Even if Sher Tianyi could only borrow a little bit of it, it was already boundlessly vast, causing Sher Tianhao to unceasingly retreat. If it wasn't for the fact that Sher Tianhao's physical body was strong and sturdy enough, just the scattered starlight alone would have burned him to ashes. Ha! Sher Tianhao clenched his right hand into a fist, forcefully resisting the bombardment of starlight. He spread the fingers of his left hand and strengthened it with the power of Tao Tai from the first chaotic cauldron, grabbing the golden starlight from the side. The Tao Tai transformed into a dark land, constantly devouring Sher Tianyi's power of starlight. Sher Tianyi frowned slightly, and he saw Sher Tianhao exhale. The two chaotic cauldrons behind him emitted a deafening roar, as if they had returned to the primordial era. The two great abilities worked together, directly shattering the huge golden beam of light. For a moment, the entire dragon arena was enveloped by dazzling golden light. Looking at the dragon arena from the ancient region of heavenly dragons outside, all they saw was endless golden light spurting out. None of the spectators said anything right now, but they were all unsettled. The two people in the intense battle before them truly lived up to their reputation as young prodigies. Boulder was tough enough. He practiced the most powerful ability of the Taishu Temple, the 9 heavenly layer method of the Grand Void. Whether it was the Central Heaven's Gate or the divine light of the gathering stars, they both possessed startling power. Either one of them was enough to run amok in the Yuanying realm. However, Boulder was even fiercer. He could actually take on the divine light of the gathering stars head-on. When they thought about how he was actually only a late golden elixir cultivator, while Sher Tianyi was an early Yuanying cultivator, it was even more shocking. Sher Chongyun watched this unfold expressionlessly. The imperial family of the Great Qin Empire had once been interested in making Sher Tianyi his successor. How could he not know about this? Sher Zongyue and Lord Changle exchanged glances, but they both shook their heads. It's a pity that neither Boulder nor Boulder can be used by our Great Qin Empire. A pity, what a pity! Within the golden ripples of light, Sher Tianhao stood proudly. He was already injured. Even with the toughness of his body, he was struggling to remain unscathed after enduring the bombardment of starlight. However, his presence surged, reaching a whole new level. As he bellowed out gently, a faint halo hovered above his head. In the halo, a colossal demonic beast constantly bobbed up and down. Someone recognized it and cried out, "Kuanpeng?" The Kuanpeng seemed to be constantly bobbing up and down in the universe. When it sank, it turned into a fish. Its entire body was black and incomparably huge. Its body length was tens of thousands of miles. When it floated, it turned into a bird. It had cyan feathers, a golden beak, and white feathers on its head. When it spread its wings, it was thousands of miles wide. Although the area of the halo above Sher Tianhao's head was not large, the space was folded and extended. The onlookers could feel the shocking size of the Kuanpeng. Sher Tianhao was determined to use the blood essence of the 4 primordial beasts to refine his chaotic cauldron. However, his body had been strengthened by the Kuanpeng's true blood, and he had already integrated part of the Kuanpeng's magical powers. His shoulders suddenly shrugged, as if the Kuanpeng had emerged from the water and turned into a rock. In the next moment, the green rock spread its wings and soared into the sky. Sher Tianyi's central heavenly gate was directly lifted, and Sher Tianhao himself had already pounced in front of Sher Tianyi. His speed was so fast that even Sher Tianyi's ascending to heaven technique could not avoid him. The double pupil in Sher Tianyi's right eye shone with divine light. Countless clouds and mist appeared and weaved together to create an illusory creation. He dodged the calamity once again. Even with his vigorous magic power, activating the central heavenly gate, and the enchanting star's divine light consumed too much of his magic power. He had no choice but to temporarily avoid the sharp edge of the small stone and accumulate his strength again. Silently, Shi Tianhao said, "Weren't you very confident before the battle started? Why was he hiding like a tortoise now? Where's your confidence? Where's your pride?" In the void, Shi Tianyi stood with his hands clasped behind his back. It was unknown whether he was real or fake, an illusion or a real person. He calmly looked at Shi Tianhao and said, "The power of the double pupils is my ability. What's wrong with me using it? On the other hand, haven't you always wanted to fight me? I'll be waiting for you to break my divine ability." The two chaotic cauldrons on Shi Tianhao's back roared violently, and the shadow of a rock hovered above his head. "Yuanying realm, and one of your eyes was blinded by my third senior brother. I thought you would improve after learning the spells of Taishu Temple, but now you're only able to defend after being beaten by me in the late stage of Golden Elixir. If I were you, I would have found a hole in the ground and crawled into it." His words were as sharp as a knife. Among the people of Taishu Temple who were watching the battle, Kuang Heng, Xianlin Taoist, and Daoist Yunzong, who were three nascent divinity experts, did not mind it at all. However, Ding Runfeng and the other young disciples felt a burning pain on their faces. Shi Tianhao continued, "I do have the patience to fight with you, but I don't think you can open the Dragonstone Gate like this. Can you? It's just a waste of time." "That is indeed a problem." Shi Tianyi nodded and said, "In that case, here I come." As he spoke, Shi Tianyi, who was in midair, put his palms together and performed an incantation gesture. Then his body shone brightly. In the next moment, a deafening dragon roar came from the treasure light, and a giant white dragon rushed out from it, whistling as it charged toward Shi Tianhao. Shi Tianhao had to deal with it. He was trapped in the illusion created by Shi Tianyi's right pupil, so who knew if the attack was real or fake? He did not dodge and continued to charge toward the giant white dragon. The Taotai chaotic hole behind him transformed into a dark land that resembled an abyss and swallowed the giant white dragon. In the next moment, Shi Tianhao was already in front of Shi Tianyi and punched him. But this time, Shi Tianyi dodged. His divine soul trembled, and his magical energy circulated. Shi Tianhao was immediately sure that the Shi Tianyi he had been talking to was the real one and not an illusion. But if he was the real one, why was the giant white dragon's attack so weak? Was it a bluff? Had he not recovered from the exhaustion from executing the 9 heavens of Taishu Temple? Or could it be that he had other plans? Feeling that something was amiss, Shi Tianhao suddenly stopped. Seeing him stop, Shi Tianyi smiled, faintly. "Your reaction isn't slow." As he spoke, Shi Tianhao felt the Taotai chaotic hole cauldron behind him suddenly tremble. It was as if there was an endless amount of power expanding inside. The power of Taotai in his chaotic hole cauldron was actually unable to devour and digest it. Although the Taoqias swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth was powerful, it had its limits in the current realm. And now, Shi Tianhao felt that the power that he had just devoured had exceeded the limits that the Taotai chaotic hole could withstand. In the dark, chaotic hole cauldron, a dazzling purple light lit up and rumbled like thunder. Bolts of purple lightning shot up into the sky from within. That white dragon, just now, Shi Tianhao frowned. With a turn of his divine consciousness, he saw that the giant white dragon's magical energy had been devoured, but what was hidden within was revealed. The giant white dragon was just a cover to hide Shi Tianyi's real killer move. It was something that looked like a skull. Its entire body was pale gold and crystal clear. Countless purple lightning bolts surged from it, bombarding Shi Tianhao's Taotai chaotic hole, as if there was no end to it. No matter how much the power of Tao Tai devoured and digested it, it could not offset it. Instead, more and more of it appeared. It's actually a treasure embryo. Sure, Tianhao blinked his eyes. Sure, Tianyi said faintly, "This is the raw material that I've prepared for myself when I reach the primordial soul realm in the future. There's a secret technique in the Taishu temple that even an embryo can be used for sacrificial refining. Its power is stronger than ordinary yuanying treasures, but it will not erase the treasure's spirituality." Before he finished speaking, the purple lightning in the golden skull became more intense. It condensed into a vivid and lifelike figure. It was a giant bird with a leisurely expression, soaring in the sky full of lightning. The giant bird figure formed, and the lightning suddenly became more intense. Chapter 583. The giant bird was huge and had a proud expression. The feathers on its chest and abdomen were pale gold. The feathers on its head and tail were emerald green, and the crown on its head was bluish purple. Its appearance was similar to that of a phoenix, but it was different. It looked much more ferocious, and its tricolored feathers were shining under the lightning. Dao Master Lan Ting, who was watching the battle, couldn't calm down. He looked at the skull in astonishment. Thunder Beast Ongpa? That's the bone fragment of Ongpa? Some knowledgeable people also recognized the origin of Shi Tianyi's magic weapon embryo. It turned out to be an Ongpa skull that had achieved the immortal demon soul realm in its lifetime. Thunder Beast Ongpa was the same as Dark Beast Ming, they were both primordial great demon beasts in the past. They were shaped like phoenixes and had tricolored feathers. They could control the power of golden thunder and lightning. It was said that Ongpa was born from the thunder at the beginning of the world. In the primordial era, it was known as the Emperor of Thunder. Today, Ongpa was almost extinct in the Tianyuan Great World. It was uncertain whether it was extinct or not, but it had been a long time since a living Ongpa appeared. Lin Feng on the east stands looked at this Ongpa skull, also feeling interested. "Oh, interesting. Even though it's just a skull, but it's at least been nourished for tens of thousands of years. The true spirit hasn't dissipated, but the evil aura is completely gone. It can be used to forge magic treasures, unlike my Ming Lone skeleton. Once it's forged, it's the same as reviving Ming Lone." Shi Tianyi also cherished this Ongpa skull very much after he obtained it. It was a candidate for refining a magic weapon after he reached the primordial spirit realm in the future. Usually it was nourished by the secret method of the Taishu temple, and it could also be used as a magic weapon to fight against enemies, but its spirituality would not be obliterated. This time, he sent the Ongpa skull into Shi Tianhao's Tao Tai chaotic hole, and the powerful spiritual power suddenly exceeded the devouring limit of the Tao Tai chaotic hole. The violent thunder continued to explode, and Shi Tianhao's Tao Tai chaotic hole was about to be torn apart. If it's not enough to fight, then let's add magic weapons. Shi Tianhao turned his palm, and the bronze void cauldron immediately flew into the Tao Tai chaotic hole and directly stored the Ongpa skull. The interior of the cauldron was filled with dense spatial energy. Layers upon layers of space folded together, sealing the violent thunder. The skull turned into a purple light and instantly pierced through hundreds of layers of space, wanting to rush out of the bronze void cauldron. However, a pure white round mirror suddenly appeared above the cauldron. Another one of Shi Tianhao's yuanying stage magical equipment, the icy cold mirror. A blue and white mirror light was emitted and immediately covered Ongpu Er's skull. The power of extreme cold broke out and sealed Ongpu Er's skull together with the void power of the bronze void cauldron. Amidst the lightning, Ongpu's silhouette suddenly gained some spirituality. Its eyes flickered with purple light as it flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Its lightning energy surged once again. The bronze void cauldron shook incessantly, and the icy soul-cold light mirror floating above the cauldron also shook incessantly. The icy soul-cold light mirror and the bronze void cauldron worked together, but could not suppress this magic treasure embryo. Although it could not be compared to a magic treasure, it could exert some power after being nourished by the secret method of the Taishu Temple. Shi Tianhao raised the yellow heaven bell hammer and knocked hard on the bronze void cauldron. This time, the ripples did not spread outwards, but concentrated on the inside of the cauldron. The few treasures were locked in battle. Shi Tianhao put his palms together in front of his chest, and the two chaotic holes behind him suddenly changed directions. They were originally opening forward, but now they twisted together and opened face to face. Immediately after, the two chaotic hole cauldrons combined into one and disappeared in the void, as if they had never appeared. However, Shi Tianyi frowned because he suddenly discovered that the connection with the Ongpa skull, which had always been connected to his mind, had been broken. Shi Tianhao took advantage of the time when his treasures were fighting with the Ongpa skull to combine the two chaotic hole cauldrons. The power of Taotai and the power of chaos joined forces to completely suppress this magic treasure embryo. In this way, you've lost. Shi Tianyi's brows relaxed, and he said indifferently, 2 yuanying magic treasures and 2 great mystical powers were used to suppress my Ongpa skull. How are you going to fight with me next? Not to mention anything else, you won't be able to compete with me, who has already formed my nascent soul in the profound mysteries of space. Shi Tianyi stretched his palm forward and activated the central heavenly gate mystical power, imprisoning the void. A large number of light and shadow words were engraved in the space, and the space where the two of them were immediately distorted, oppressing Shi Tianhao. Shi Tianhao chuckled, and suddenly a long sword appeared in his hand. Although it was a long sword, it was made of stone. The edges of the blade were round, and it looked more like a slender stone strip. Only the tip of the sword flashed with a cold light. It was incomparably dazzling, and it exuded an invincible sharpness that could pierce through everything. It was as if all the sharpness of the entire sword was concentrated on the tip of the sword, causing the lethality of the sword to rise sharply. Wherever the tip of Shi Tianhao's sword pointed, it immediately pierced through the void and broke the imprisonment of the central heavenly gate's mystical power. You have a lot of treasures with you. Shi Tianyi raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew that Shi Tianhao had the bronze void cauldron and the ice soul cold light mirror, but he didn't take them to heart. These 2 yuanying realm artifacts combined were not as good as his uplift skull. However, this stone longsword was unexpected. After careful observation, Shi Tianyi nodded. So it's a damaged artifact. The spirit of the artifact has been annihilated, but it has a strong foundation. It may not be impossible for it to rise again in the future. Even now, it was a rare treasure that surpassed most yuanying realm artifacts, and it was not the slightest bit weaker than Shi Tianyi's uplift skull. Shi Tianhao pointed the tip of the sword at Shi Tianyi and said lightly, Shi Tianyi, let's fight. Even if you have this sword, you are still not my opponent. Shi Tianyi's expression was calm. I'm not very interested in your other things, but this sword is very good. I like it very much. You want it? Shi Tianhao smiled. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Shi Tianyi nodded. Then, here I come. As he spoke, he raised his right hand toward the sky and pointed his left index finger at the center of his brows. This time, he was going to take the initiative to attack. The illusory power of creation in his right eye was not enough to defeat the enemy. If Shi Tianhao didn't take the initiative to attack, he wouldn't be easily deceived. Neither of them attacked, and they just stared at each other. Of course, Shi Tianyi was at a disadvantage because his uplift skull was still with Shi Tianhao. However, as soon as he moved, the expressions of the nascent divinity experts who were watching the battle changed slightly. Even Dao Master Yunzhan, who was in her own camp in Taishu Temple, had a fleeting look of surprise on her face. She turned to look at Kuang Heng and said, "Senior brother Kuang, he has even mastered the execution of the universe." Kuang Heng nodded and said nothing. In the dragon arena, Shi Tianyi pointed his left index finger at the center of his brows and raised his right hand into the air like a blade. Afterwards, he swung it down slowly towards Shi Tianhao. As he swung his arm down, a crack immediately appeared in space. The crack's appearance directly ripped open space. It was not the darkness that regular cultivators tore open. Instead, dazzling white light erupted from the crack. The crack of white light twisted and leapt about, sucking in everything in the surroundings. The two sides of the crack pressed towards the center together. The elder sword immortal of the heavenly sword sect side. The third heavenly layer of grand void, execution of the universe. I didn't expect him to have even mastered this ability. The sword exalt of solar brilliance and the sword exalt of flying snow looked at one another. Not only does execution of the universe rip open space, but it has even generated the power of dimensions. It's like the power of two worlds colliding and pressing against each other. It's about to cut open the universe. The outcome has already been determined. Looks like the boulder still comes out on top. That's right. Earlier, the boulder blocked the divine light of the gathering stars, and he's already exhausted everything he has. Right now, over half of his strength has been used to suppress the boulder's ascending Pleiades skull. Now that he faces the even more powerful execution of the universe, he's probably done for even with the stone sword in hand. That's not necessarily true. Perhaps the boulder has some other tricks up his sleeve? Just as everyone discussed among themselves, Shi Tianhao remained calm. He pointed the stone sword in his right hand at Shi Tianyi and clenched his left hand into a fist, raising it towards the sky. Slowly, he spat out a single word, "Hong." Immediately, all of his powers surged violently. An aura that resembled a natural disaster immediately erupted. It was desolate, ancient, tremendous, and vicious. The spiritual chi in the entire dragon arena changed. Like a tsunami had suddenly erupted from the calm ocean. Waves surged, and they all gathered towards Shi Tianhao. In the next moment, the spiritual chi suddenly fell silent together, but it did not vanish. Instead, it seemed to be preparing for an even greater eruption. Like the calm before the storm, the suffocating, terrifying atmosphere made the spectators fluster. Shi Tianyi's eyes flashed. The crack of white light before him had already slashed towards Shi Tianhao. At the same time, the tremendous power that had accumulated up erupted loudly where Shi Tianhao's sword pointed. The power was so violent, like a flood sweeping through the creations of the world and all life. It rushed out in an unstoppable manner. Countless talismans, inscriptions, and formations rose and fell in the flood, gathering together and turning into a golden flood of light that collided viciously with the crack of white light Shi Tianyi had unleashed. A clash of the strongest. Shi Tianhao's third technique of the 4 words method of black and yellow, the Hong formula, forcefully took on Shi Tianyi at the third heavenly layer of grand void, execution of the universe. Immediately, the entire dragon arena became a sea of light. Half was golden, and the other half was white. Neither gave way to the other, constantly colliding. In the next moment, they wove together again, rising and falling, clashing endlessly. In the end, the sea of light erupted loudly. A rain of light filled the surroundings. At this moment, 2 strands of spiritual chi wove together and rose up, rushing towards the white jade gate hidden in the air together. The Dragonstone Gate erupted with golden light, and all of the carved dragons opened their eyes together. Their gazes were dignified as they roared out together. Within the roars, the Dragonstone Gate suddenly trembled. The two gates actually opened slowly. Light flowed through the gates, leading to an unknown miniature world. Everyone in the great Qin Empire had mixed expressions. The Dragonstone Gate that had not opened for several millennia had finally opened again today because of the battle between two young prodigies. In the dragon arena, the mist of light dispersed, gradually revealing two figures facing off in the distance. Whether it was Shi Tianhao or Shi Tianyi, both of them were in horrible shape right now. The little Shi Tianhao's right shoulder slanted down to his left abdomen, revealing a huge wound. His flesh was badly mutilated, and even with his almost indestructible body, he was still injured by Shi Tianyi's cutting the universe from the heavens. The injury looked extremely terrifying, almost cutting him in half. However, Shi Tianyi was in an even worse state. Not only was he riddled with wounds, but his entire right arm had vanished from his shoulder. Even a piece of his right shoulder was missing. Even with the strength of Shi Tianyi's soul, he felt like he was about to faint from such heavy wounds. However, he remained as stern as before. He had a double pupil in his right eye, and the two pupils revolved together like the sun and moon alternating, an aura of power that was even more profound than before radiated out. Chapter 584. Although they were both seriously injured, the two young heaven's chosen ones stood proudly and stared at each other. There was a huge wound on Shi Tianhao's body. Not only did it damage him, but it also damaged his almost indestructible body. It was like a dam that was not broken, but once a hole appeared, it would cause the whole defense to drop. Shi Tianyi losing his right arm was not just a simple injury to his body. He used the magical power of cutting the universe from the heavens, and his whole body's essence, qi, and spirit were all concentrated together. This time, other than his body, even his spirit and Yuanying were heavily injured. Shi Tianyi's right eye flashed with an unprecedented brightness, and an aura of power that was more mysterious than before was emitted from it. The gaze turned into a golden light mist that enveloped Shi Tianyi's whole body, and in the light mist there were countless talisman characters undulating. My dual pupils will always be the strongest existence. Shi Tianyi's tone was calm. His left eye, which was like a normal person's, swept across the Xianmen Tianzong camp and stopped on Wang Lin. His gaze fell on Shi Tianhao again. I actually wanted to leave this power to your senior brother Wang Lin, but your power is really beyond my expectations. You are qualified to see the power of my double pupils. As he spoke, the void where Shi Tianyi was distorted strangely. His right arm, which had been turned into nothing by Shi Tianhao's attack, gradually appeared in the light and was about to recover to its original state. The onlookers were in an uproar. Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and Yu Hongyan turned to look at Wang Lin at the same time. Wang Lin's expression was solemn, and he shook his head. It's not the Avicii immortal body. Yang Qing didn't say anything. She stared at Shi Tianyi and observed carefully. She frowned and said, "It's also not some kind of healing method. There's no concept of creating the power of regeneration." Wang Lin nodded and stared at Shi Tianyi's broken arm that was gradually recovering. Yes, and it's not just healing the body. Even the spirit and Yuanying that were damaged in the process of fighting with Junior Brother are also recovering. This feeling, it's as if little Junior Brother's attack didn't exist, or perhaps it didn't really hit him. Yu Hongyan raised his eyebrows. But I clearly hit him just now, and he was heavily wounded. He was barely alive. It wasn't an illusion created by the double pupil in his right eye. I really hit him. How could he be gone just like that? At this moment, Lin Feng said calmly, Tianyi has two different uses for his left and right pupils. His left eye can see through illusions and discern truth, as well as the flaws in his opponent's mystical arts. Previously, he was completely blinded in the void battlefield and can't recover. The remaining one is the right eye. It can create illusions and simulate a fictional world to deceive the opponent's senses. Lin Feng leisurely looked at Tianyi. When both eyes are intact, Tianyi's dual pupils have a special characteristic. When one of them is closed, the strength of the other will increase. Everyone came to a realization. So, when his left pupil was destroyed, the power of his right pupil increased by another level. Lin Feng said lightly, "Exactly. Previously, his right eye could only create illusions, but now it has improved. It can erase reality and turn reality into illusion." He smiled slightly. Tianyi used the power of his right pupil to turn what really happened to him into an illusion. Zhu Yi frowned. Doesn't that mean that as long as he isn't killed instantly and his right eye isn't destroyed, any attack that causes real damage to him will be reversed and canceled? Xiao Yan was concerned about another question. This kind of power of his, can it only be used on himself? Can it be used on little junior brother or other people he's fighting with? With Tianyi's current cultivation, it can only be used on himself, and he can't use it consecutively. Once his cultivation progresses in the future, and the power of the dual pupils becomes stronger and stronger, everything will be possible. Lin Feng said indifferently, but there's no need to worry too much. The changes between reality and illusion, the mysteries of opposing reality and illusion, have always been the superior concept of power contained within the two extremes. If you comprehend the mysteries of reality and illusion, you'll be able to suppress the changes of his dual pupils. Lin Feng glanced at Tianyi, and the corner of his lips curled up slightly. Don't worry, he can't do anything. The eyes of Xiao Yan and the others all flickered when they heard that, and they looked at the dragon arena again. There, Tianhao stood in the air and looked at Tianyi calmly. He said indifferently, "It's already been 12 years since you owed me. It's about time you paid me back today." The light dispersed, and the light in Tianyi's right dual pupil had dimmed slightly. He directly shut his right eye, but his expression was extremely good. The severe injuries from his clash with Tianhao earlier seemed like a dream, like they had never existed in the first place. "I've never owed you anything. Everything in the world belongs to those who are capable," Tianyi said calmly. "If I were still in swaddling clothes back then, and you could already walk and cultivate, then obviously none of this would have happened. Perhaps you would be the one gouging out my eyes instead, and I wouldn't be the one obtaining your sovereign's foundation." He looked at Tianhao before him, and mixed feelings flashed through his open left eye. "I have to admit, I really never thought that not only would you still be alive, but you'd even be able to stand before me right now and grow to such a level, even opening the Dragonstone Gate with me. You can be proud of yourself for forcing me to use all of my trump cards." Tianyi's face regained its calm. "But now it's all over. My physical condition is still at its peak, and you, with your current injuries, you can't even suppress my Ong-Tue skull, right?" The void behind Tianhao was vibrating slightly like rippling water. It was not the result of his own or Tianyi's power, but the Ong-Tue skull was constantly resisting, trying to break through the suppression of Tianhao's two chaotic cauldrons. "Just give it a try." Tianhao's expression was indifferent. Tianyi shook his head. "You're still a child after all. You should know that being stubborn is useless." As he spoke, a bright brilliance emerged from between his eyebrows. "You always thought I got something from you. Fine, then I'll let you see it at the last moment." Tianyi calmly looked at Tianhao in front of him. "However, this is my power it is now, and it will be in the future. As he spoke, the brilliance between Shi Tiany's eyebrows grew more and more dazzling, turning the entire ancient sky dragon domain from crimson to pure white. The light did not seem to be blazing, but the terrifying power fluctuations shook the heavens. It was not that the light was powerful, but that it seemed to contain infinite possibilities. A massive number of talisman characters emerged in the brilliance, arranged into one mysterious pattern after another, and the next moment suddenly scattered and regrouped, and then turned into a completely different pattern, rising and falling in a cycle. Shi Tiany said word by word, "This is my divine light of end." The concept of power, the end of all things, the breaking point. Wherever it passed, everything else would be interrupted, ended prematurely, and forced to draw a full stop. The brilliance shot out from between Shi Tiany's eyebrows, turning into a shocking rainbow. Within the rainbow light were the lights and shadows of gods and Buddhas flashing like a great bell, and the sound of the heavenly Tao-shaking chanting was incessantly heard. Divine light of creation, establishing a supreme spirit platform, condensing a supreme pill cauldron, forming a purple core, and finally successfully forming a nascent soul. It was truly the creation of heaven and earth, like a favored child of the heavens, bearing the great Tao of heaven and earth, and possessing a unique and powerful power. Everyone present knew of the existence of the divine light of creation, and their expressions were extremely solemn. What appeared in front of them was almost a legendary existence. This divine light of creation would grow together with Shi Tiany becoming stronger and stronger, possessing nearly infinite potential and power. Shi Tianhao looked at the divine light that pierced through the heavens and earth, and let out a rare sigh. He softly said, "That is not yours, it is mine." Everyone in the surroundings was silent, if not for what happened in the past, and his future path of cultivation was smooth, then the true owner of this divine light of end should indeed be Little Stone. Shi Tianhao calmly faced the divine light of end, and suddenly a clear light shone brightly above his head, and a golden elixir flashing with purple light appeared. The golden elixir was like a transparent amber glass, and within the golden elixir, an extremely bright divine light continuously circulated. The divine light seemed to contain all things in the world, including the mysteries of the ancient times. The divine light was originally very weak, but now that it sensed the existence of the divine light of end, the divine light in Shi Tianhao's golden elixir erupted loudly, rapidly strengthening. It's also a divine light of creation. Even the group of soul-form powerhouses lost their composure now. They watched on in surprise. Little Stone has really undergone nerve rebirth. It's not just him. He's actually given birth to another divine light of creation. The entire dragon arena was thrown into an uproar. Everyone stared at Shi Tianhao in shock. Now, this is a true prodigy of heaven. Shi Tianhao was calm. The divine light of creation that should have only truly ripened after forming a nascent soul had actually sprouted before the divine light of end that actually originated from the same source as him. Not only did he give birth to two divine lights of creation, but Shi Tianhao had even sprouted the divine light of creation in the later stages of the golden elixir. It was unparalleled, unprecedented, and difficult to replicate. He was truly unique. The moment the divine light of end lunged towards Shi Tianhao's golden elixir erupted with a resplendent streak of light that also shook up the world, colliding with the divine light of end valiantly. My divine light of end can cut through everything and end everything. Even if it confronts other divine lights of creation, I can still emerge victorious in a direct confrontation. Shi Tiany's face was completely sunken. The gaze in his left eye was bone-chilling. "I'm still the victor." Shi Tianhao said indifferently, "Where there's an end, there's a starting point." Where there's an end, there's an origin. Who says the old end can't be the new origin? At the place where the two divine lights clashed, Shi Tianhao's divine light of creation was continuously being cut apart by Shi Tianyi's divine light of end. However, it was unable to be completely destroyed. Just as it was cut apart, it would extend once again. Shi Tianyi's expression finally changed. His divine light of end could completely cut off the spirituality of all things. It possessed an almost irreversible destructive power that could not be healed or restored. Back then, when he had cut off Wang Lin's bridge of helplessness in the void battlefield, even though Wang Lin possessed the extreme Tao rebirth, he was unable to recover in a short period of time. However, right now, he was actually unable to do anything to Shi Tianhao's newly born divine light of creation. I'll say it again, and it's also the last time. Shi Tianhao stared at the person in front of him, who had changed the fate of the first half of his life. That is my divine light, my first divine light of creation, named End. And my second divine light of creation, named Origin, has a beginning and an end. Only when the heavenly Tao is clear can it become creation. It was precisely because they came from the same origin that the concepts of their powers reinforced and restrained each other. That was why the divine light of End could hasten the divine light of Origin's maturation ahead of time. Shi Tianyi said coldly, "Even so, my cultivation level is higher than yours, and the state of my body, spirit, and transcendence energy are both better than yours. The divine light of creation's might is related to its wielder's abilities, so I will still be the victor." As if to prove his point, the divine light of End grew stronger and stronger, forcing the divine light of Origin to continuously retreat. Shi Tianhao shook his head. "You're definitely going to lose." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and an item appeared in his hand. Chapter 585. The divine light of finality between Shi Tianyi's eyebrows shone even brighter. Right now, a part of his mind was focused on controlling the divine light of finality, so he couldn't continue using his strongest technique, cutting the world from heaven. However, through the power of his dual pupils, he adjusted his condition to the peak before he was injured. He immediately formed a hand seal with both hands. A crack appeared in the sky. Golden light converged and turned into runes. It was the second tier of the great void realm, the divine light of starry sky. Shi Tianhao's two chaotic whole furnaces and two nascent soul stage Dharma artifacts were used to suppress the Ong Tuo skull. With his current injuries, even with the stone sword in hand, it was difficult for him to withstand the bombardment of the immense power of the stars. Whether it's the divine light of creation or something else, it's mine. Don't even think about it. Silently, Shi Tianyi said, "Or else you will die." Those who supported Shi Tianhao couldn't help but feel nervous. Because Shi Tianhao had nowhere to retreat, he used the divine light of Origin to fight against the divine light of finality, but he was also attracted by it. If he stopped now, he would be killed by the true light of finality. Shi Tianhao naturally noticed Shi Tianyi's action. However, his expression was calm. Instead, the Kuan Peng above his head floated and rushed towards Shi Tianyi. Shi Tianyi's eyes turned cold. Just as he was about to activate the divine light of starry sky, his pupils suddenly contracted. He stared at Shi Tianhao's left hand. There was something in Shi Tianhao's left hand. It was a white jade stone. It was transparent and smooth like a mirror. The surface of the mirror was overflowing with colors. Seeing the jade stone, Shi Tianyi's expression changed. Divine illumination stone? It was the treasure that Shi Tianyi went through a lot of trouble to find in the void battlefield. It was the divine illumination stone that he missed. The divine illumination stone reflected the patterns of all things in the world. It could distinguish between truth and falsehood, It was similar to the power of Shi Tiany's dual pupil. If Shi Tiany could get this treasure, he could improve the power of his left dual pupil. In the end, not only did Shi Tiany fail to obtain the illuminating Heaven Stone during his trip to the Void battlefield, he even lost his left eye. Now that the illumination stone had suddenly appeared in Shi Tianhao's hands, Shi Tiany felt a sense of anger, as if someone had stolen something that belonged to him. However, this anger disappeared in a flash, and Shi Tiany quickly felt an extremely ominous premonition. At this moment, Shi Tianhao held the illumination stone in his hand and aimed it at Shi Tiany's right shoulder. A bright light fell directly on Shi Tiany's right shoulder. As the light flickered, Shi Tiany's entire right arm and shoulder instantly twisted violently. No, Shi Tiany let out a muffled groan. He could only feel the reality of being obliterated. That heart-wrenching injury returned to his body once more. His entire right arm had disappeared, and a large part of the right side of his torso near his shoulder was missing. Blood immediately spurted out. His divine soul was extremely damaged, and waves of dizziness once more appeared in his mind. Shi Tiany's divine soul was innately powerful, and this feeling was unprecedented. It made him feel extremely terrible. In his body, there was an infant that looked 70 to 80% similar to him. That was his Yuanying. His right arm suddenly exploded, without warning. The injuries that had previously been eliminated returned to Shi Tiany's body like a tide. However, the power of his right eye could not be used a second time in a short period of time. He could only watch as everything happened. Under his heavy injuries, the divine light of envy, of the stars that was about to be activated, could only be stopped. Otherwise, with Shi Tiany's current physical condition, there was no way he could control this mystique. Affected by Shi Tiany's heavy injuries, even the divine light of destiny was forcibly pushed back by the divine light of origin, and an even greater threat was right in front of him. Shi Tianhao's body merged with the Kuan Peng's light and shadow, and he had already rushed in front of Shi Tiany. Although he was also injured, his injuries were lighter than Shi Tiany's. The situation between the two sides instantly reversed. I won't lose. Shi Tiany took a deep breath, and his remaining left hand formed a spell. White clouds surged, and a golden gate opened. He was about to break free from Shi Tianhao's attack through the central heaven gate. However, little Shi Tu would not give him this chance. With sharp eyes and quick hands, he directly threw the stone sword out, and it nailed the central heaven gate that was about to open. Shi Tiany was unable to escape at the first moment, and was immediately caught by Shi Tianhao. In close combat, he was not Shi Tianhao's match to begin with. Now that he was fighting with one arm against two, he was forced to retreat again and again. However, he was also ferocious, and he used many mystiques to fight a bloody battle with Shi Tianhao. The divine light of destiny between his eyebrows became even more ferocious, and it continuously erupted. Some of the divine light of destiny broke through the obstruction of the divine light of origin and shot straight at Shi Tianhao. Shi Tianhao suddenly lowered his body, and his body tilted to the side. A terrible wound had already appeared on his left shoulder, and it was dripping with blood. However, he shouted angrily, and one hand grabbed Shi Tiany's left shoulder, and the other hand reached down, grabbing the back of his waist, and directly lifted Shi Tiany up. You stole my Tao Foundation and became a supreme martial artist. Coming all the way to where you are today, you are only SOSO. Being lifted in midair by Shi Tianhao, his body was almost out of control. Shi Tiany's usually indifferent face was filled with unwillingness and humiliation. His left hand flashed, and he was about to slap Shi Tianhao's head with a backhand. However, Shi Tianhao's speed was faster, and he grabbed his body and smashed it down first. At the same time, his right leg lifted up, and he viciously kneed upwards. Boom! Shi Tiany's motionless King Buddha body was completely shattered, and the sound of bones breaking came from his waist. It was as if a mountain had been broken in half. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Too ferocious. Big Rock has completely lost. Little Rock has won. In the Taishu Temple's camp, Tao Master Cloudzen suddenly stood up, witnessing this in shock. Kuang Heng and the Xianlin Taoist did not move, but their gazes were no longer calm. Shi Tiany's body had been destroyed. In the dragon arena, Shi Tiany's body suddenly lit up with heavy light. Within the light, a white flag fluttered in the wind, and the light immediately knocked back Shi Tianhao. The arcane treasure of the Taishu Temple, the Void Banner. At this moment, the protective arcane treasure that the Taishu Temple had bestowed upon Shi Tiany finally came into effect, protecting him. One of them was an early Yuanian cultivator, while the other was a late golden elixir cultivator. By default, soul arcane treasures were forbidden in this battle, as it would affect the balance too much. The Battle of Soul Arcane Treasures was a battle between Xianmen Tianzong and the Taishu Temple, not a battle between Little Rock and Big Rock. As a result, both sides unleashed everything they had. Even the stone sword and the ascending plum skull could not be regarded as arcane treasures. But at this moment, the self-aware Void Banner finally ran out of patience. Shi Tiany's body was destroyed, but there was still a chance to possess him. If his soul and Yuanying were both destroyed, then he would be completely unsalvageable. Shi Tiany could not die. Nothing could happen to the divine light of creation and the dual pupils. This was the bottom line of the Taishu Temple, knocked back by the Void Banner. Shi Tianhao bellowed out, "Do you think you're the only one with a master?" He clapped his hands together, and light surged above his head. A colossal, majestic, greenish-black hall descended from the sky. The hall was extremely grand, as if it came from an ancient divine kingdom. It was unbelievably large. When it first appeared in the sky, it was almost as large as the dragon arena. Within the golden light, countless inscriptions and talismans constantly appeared, like the surging waves in the ocean of light. Tremendous power radiated out, enough to make people shiver. This was the soul arcane treasure that belonged to Lin Feng, the Kunpeng Hall. Ha! The Kunpeng Hall shuddered in the air and turned pitch black. It was as heavy as it could be, colliding against the Void Banner loudly. With a deafening boom, the white light of the Void Banner was directly smashed to pieces. Those who knew the origins of the Void Banner were all shocked, as the strongest aspect of the Void Banner was its defenses, but against the black Kunpeng Hall right now, it was basically like paper. Too powerful. A deep voice rang out from the Void Banner. It was afraid to clash head-on with the Kunpeng Hall anymore. It swept up Shi Tiany and tore through space, fleeing rapidly. The Kunpeng Hall reacted extremely quickly. It shuddered again, and the pitch-black hall immediately turned completely green. Riding the atmospheric winds, it caught up to the Void Banner in the blink of an eye. The two arcane treasures collided again. This time, the Void Banner's defenses were not directly broken, but it was unable to break free either. In order to resist the Kunpeng Hall with all its might, it had no choice but to let go of Shi Tiany. Otherwise, both the treasure and the person would be smashed to pieces by the Kunpeng Hall. Shi Tianhao stood on the roof of the Kunpeng Hall and stared coldly at Shi Tiany. "It's not yours. It's not yours in the end. Today, it's time to return what you stole from me to its rightful owner." The divine light of origin shot out, enveloping Shi Tiany's entire body. Shi Tianhao formed a hand seal with both hands, and endless purple gas suddenly surged out of his body. Through the divine light of origin, It rushed into Shi Tiany's body like a channel. In the next moment, a shocking scene appeared. There was light circulating within Shi Tiany's body, and it was forcibly extracted by the purple gas. Through the divine light of origin, it returned to Shi Tianhao's body. Everyone instantly reacted. That's Shi Tiany's divine light of end. Shi Tianhao is using a secret technique to take back this divine light. Shi Tianhao can't possibly have such a divine ability. It's that purple gas. That's the divine ability of the master of the Taoist gate. Everyone looked at Lin Feng on the stands. Lin Feng remained calm and said indifferently, "No one is allowed to interfere with today's battle." As he said that, Xianlin Taoist had already stood up. He extended his hand, and the white cloud immediately turned into a huge hand, reaching towards the rocks in the dragon arena. Nothing can happen to Shi Tiany's life or the divine light of creation. Lin Feng swung his sleeve, and the vast purple gas blocked Xianlin Taoist's hand. On the other side, Quang Heng stood up too. He stared at Lin Feng. "Let go." With that, rings of white sound waves pushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng extended his hand, and as the waves surged, the vast green light turned into a boundless ocean, blocking Quang Heng with the boundless ocean. The dragon arena immediately fell into an uproar. Xianmen Tianzong and Taishu Temple were about to completely clash. Meanwhile, Shi Tianhao unleashed the Yu technique in the space below, firmly suppressing Shi Tiany and extracting his divine light of creation. "Shi Tiany, it's time for you to return the justice you owe me today." Shi Tiany roared furiously, "You're dreaming!" As he roared, his body collapsed loudly, turning into a sky full of blood-red light. He wanted to break through the imprisonment of Shi Tianhao's Yu technique. Chapter 586. With a furious roar, Shi Tiany completely disintegrated his body, turning into a sky full of blood-red light. His spine had been broken by Shi Tianhao, and his body had been destroyed, but his foundations were still present. He shattered it with the technique of disintegration, erupting with startling power and breaking through Shi Tianhao's restraining power of the Yu formula. With that, Shi Tiany's body was completely destroyed. Only the dual pupil in his right eye remained. He turned into a tiny speck of light and was about to flee. His soul and his yuanying were all attached to the dual pupil. Unfortunately, Shi Tiany's efforts failed to break through Shi Tianhao's divine light of origin and violet qi. The divine light of end continued to be extracted. Shi Tianhao stood in the air. He was also covered in wounds and blood, and even his aura was extremely feeble, but he did not show any signs of weakness at all. His long, black hair draped over his shoulders, and the childishness on his face had completely vanished. Instead, he gave off a boundlessly domineering bearing, like a sovereign that had descended upon the world. "It's all over." Shi Tianhao stared at Shi Tiany's soul and yuanying intently, surging with murderousness. Xianlin Taoist snorted coldly. His powers turned into a white cloud and reached towards them, but he was stopped by Lin Feng. "Today's battle is only between my disciple and that Shi Tiany. No one is allowed to interfere. If anyone interferes, I'll cut off their claws." Lin Feng said indifferently. The silent Xian Li beside him immediately vanished from where she was. In the next moment, Xian Li appeared above the dragon arena. The sword case on her back opened loudly, and thousands of meters of vicious light rushed into the air, dyeing the entire sky of the ancient region of Sky Dragon a chilling, pale green color. Xianlin Taoist's expression changed slightly. Just when he wanted to say something, he saw Xian Li draw the heaven's punishing sword from the sword case on her back. A terrifying, devastating aura immediately radiated out. An extremely resplendent streak of light shot towards Xianlin Taoist. Xianlin Taoist left, I lit up, and his magic treasure, the 1,000-edge streamlight mirror, flew out. Countless beams of light refracted and instantly covered Xianlin Taoist within thousands of layers of space. These spaces were stacked on top of each other like mirrors, and in each mirror was the existence of Xianlin Taoist. Reality and illusion coexisted, and the changes were endless. But in front of the heaven-punishing sword, everything was in vain. Thousands of unpredictable space and time were destroyed like dried weeds, unable to stop the heaven-punishing sword in the slightest. In the 1,000-prism flowing light mirror, an old man appeared and stood next to Xianlin Taoist. His expression was extremely solemn, the power of a peak Mahayana grade artifact, and it contains the aura of a creation artifact. I'm no match for it as a transformation grade artifact. Xianlin Taoist didn't say a word. He nodded and clasped his palms together to form a spell. Suddenly, boundless clouds surged. Amidst the white clouds, a huge city that was flashing with golden light rose from the ground and instantly took shape. The city walls on all four sides formed a huge city, and an extremely powerful force emerged from within. The powerful defensive power unexpectedly had a bit of the immortal dragon city's indestructible and eternal aura. The 9 heavens of the Great Void technique, the 6 heavens of the Great Void realm, the Clear Sky Immortal City, the powerful defensive power of the Clear Sky Immortal City, combined with the 1,000-prism flowing light mirror, finally withstood the terrifying heaven-punishing sword light. But before Xianlin Taoist could breathe a sigh of relief, the sword-wielding girl slashed out once again. This sword strike was even more ferocious than before, triggering the terrifying clear light of the entire world to pour down on Xianlin Taoist. The entire ancient sky dragon domain shook violently, as if it was about to be destroyed by this sword strike. The expressions of the people of the Great Qin dynasty changed, slightly. Qin Emperor Stonefeather turned his palm and formed a spell to stabilize the ancient sky dragon domain. However, when Xianlin Taoist faced this even more terrifying second strike, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately powered the stone stairs in his right eye. The stone staircase quickly expanded and lifted up the vast outline heaven immortal city. Under the support of the stone stairs, the power of the clear sky immortal city strengthened, rising into the air like a true divine city of an immortal kingdom. It stood firmly under the bombardment of the heaven-punishing sword light. However, the spectators were all shocked. The mighty Great Elder of the Taishu Temple, a third-layer soul formation expert, Xianlin Taoist, was suppressed to the point where he could only defend passively by an arcane treasure that had not even reached creation grade. This was truly a shocking sight. At the same time, Lin Feng and Kuang Heng stood up at the same time on the eastern and western terraces of the Dragon Arena. When the two of them stood up, the entire Dragon Arena began to tremble, apart from the northern terrace where the Qin Emperor, Stonefeather, watched over and remained stable. The other soul form experts could not even stop the shaking from the terraces in the valley below them. They seemed like two slumbering, primordial gods had awakened together, opened their eyes, and stood up. Although he seemed like a child, Kuang Heng's gaze was calm and experienced. You want to kill them all. Those who kill will always be killed by others. Lin Feng said indifferently. Kuang Heng nodded and said nothing more. In the next moment, he brought his palms together, and a grand pillar of light immediately appeared, piercing through the surroundings like a pillar that held up the sky. The Grand Demon Suppression Array. The Grand Demon Suppression Array in Kuang Heng's hands was completely different from Shi Tianyi's. It truly was like a glorious pillar that pierced through the sky, pierced through the past, pierced through creation. Although it did not destroy the ancient sky dragon region. The two ends of the pillar of light directly pierced through the power of the region in this miniature world. That was not all. From the hole in space, one could vaguely see the white pillar of light passing through countless worlds, flowing through space like a heavenly river. The grand demon suppression array pressed down on Lin Feng. Lin Feng ignored it indifferently, raised his right hand, and pointed his index and middle fingers straight to the sky. Suddenly, a terrifying sword that could destroy the world was revealed. At the fingertips of his right hand, a black and a white magical power was constantly circling, turning into a yin and yang tai chi pattern. In the center of the tai chi pattern, a gray sword tip slowly rose from it, bringing with it a power that made the world tremble. Heaven-punishing sword chi. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the gray sword chi rushed out, turning the void into chaos wherever it passed. Boom! With a loud noise, the pillar-like grand demon suppression array was directly severed by Lin Feng's sword. The terrifying, imposing manner was like a real pillar of heaven had been severed, and the world was collapsing with it. Kuang Heng's eyes flickered, and the brilliance in his eyes gradually calmed down, until it became almost deathly still. As his gaze changed, his magical power and aura also gradually faded into nothingness. His hands changed signs, and boundless clouds surged. A shining, golden, four-sided city rose from it, protecting him in the middle. Using outline sky celestial city to block Lin Feng's terrifying heaven-punishing sword chi, Kuang Heng's hands did not stop, and faint clouds surged out one after another, intertwining in the void. The clouds intertwined and shrouded Lin Feng's head. The white clouds quickly turned golden, and rumbling thunder could be heard from within. The golden lightning kept surging in the clouds, and there were even a few thick lightning dragons poking their heads out of the clouds. They were not the manifestation of ordinary lightning essence, but like real life with spirituality. Fifth heaven of the great void realm. Heavenly cloud dragon lightning manipulation technique. Kuang Heng used outline sky celestial city to defend, and then pointed his finger at Lin Feng. The lightning in the golden clouds turned into thousands of lightning dragons, crashing down on Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression did not change at all, and he did not even retract his heaven-punishing sword chi. His left hand formed a seal, and the void instantly shattered. Endless, surging earth, water, fire, and wind churned everything into chaos. In an instant, the earth, water, fire, and wind returned to their positions, becoming balanced, and a bubble-like thing appeared in the void turbulence. Lin Feng stretched out his left hand and tapped the bubble lightly. The bubble immediately burst, and two streams of air, one clear and one turbid, rushed out. A powerful artistic conception that could split the heavens, and the earth manifested from within. Primordial heaven opening technique. The Tai Chi pattern on Lin Feng's forehead appeared, and it kept spinning. His magical power surged, and the power that re-established the universe and opened up the creation of heaven and earth directly shattered the thousands of lightning dragons. It was as if it was facing the suppression of a world. Even the golden thunder clouds shook, as if they would shatter at any time. Just as Lin Feng and Kuang Heng were fighting, Shi Tianhao had already caught up with Shi Tianyi, who was preparing to escape. He activated the Ian formula and instantly fixed his opponent's divine soul. Then he directly punched it fiercely. Shi Tianyi's divine soul condensed into a physical body. He had lost his right arm, and now he was hit by Shi Tianhao's vigorous martial arts. His divine soul was like a broken porcelain, full of cracks. The shadow of death rose in Shi Tianyi's heart. It shouldn't be like this. I was born with dual pupils, and I am a god. I am not inferior to anyone. Even if you were born with a supreme foundation, I am not inferior to you. From the moment you schemed to steal my supreme foundation, in your heart, you have already admitted defeat. Today, you have only yourself to blame. Shi Tianhao said coldly, "It's not that I don't want revenge. It's that the time has not come. There is justice in the world. If there is no justice, then I will fight for justice. Now the time has come." Shi Tianyi roared furiously. His yuanying began to burn by itself, and the powerful essence of his power was all supplied to his dual pupils. He was really going to risk his life now. Shi Tianyi's soul was channeled into the dual pupils too. The dual pupils that had originally dimmed slightly due to overexertion immediately lit up. I, Shi Tianyi, have never been weaker than anyone in my entire life. Rays of divine light filled the surroundings once again. Countless profound glyphs and characters surged out. Die! Before the dual pupils could unleash their might again, Shi Tianhao lunged over. With a palm strike, he directly made the dual pupils erupt with a rain of light. Shi Tianyi's soul and yuanying were forcefully jolted out. At this moment, two strands of power, one black and one white, rushed into the dragon arena. While Lin Feng was busy with Kuang Heng, he had rushed over to take action and save Shi Tianyi. In the air, Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. Piss off. There was no need for him to do anything. In the distance, Xian Li, who had forced the Xianlin Taoist to the point where he could not fight back, directly turned around and swung her sword. Vicious, clear light cleaved through the surroundings, directly shattering Dao Venerable Cloud Zune's protective powers. Dao Venerable Cloud Zune was shocked. A long, snow-white piece of silk flew out from his sleeve. The silk flickered, and a woman in palace attire appeared. A second layer soul formation cultivator and a transformation grade arcane treasure worked together. The yin and yang qi turned into two balls of light, one black and one white, constantly revolving and whittling away at the light of the heaven punishing sword. However, it was useless. With a flash, the light of the heaven punishing sword immediately destroyed the black and white ball of light. Afterwards, it cut through the snow-white silk, but at the same time, snow-white flames drifted through the dragon arena. The sect master of the Heavenly Pool sect, Chao Wei, who had always kept a low profile, actually took action at this moment as well. His target was Shi Tianhao. The situation in the dragon arena became more and more chaotic. Chapter 587. The tremendous amount of ice flames surged towards Shi Tianhao in the dragon arena like the tide. However, Chao Wei planned on taking advantage of the situation. Lin Feng glanced at him indifferently, but it made Chao Wei feel like he had fallen into a cavern of ice. In the next moment, a treasured light lit up above Lin Feng's head. A melodious bell rang out in the air. A great bell tore through space and descended upon the world. The bell rang out, but Chao Wei's ice flames vanished completely. The bell of creation. The image of the bell gradually changed, turning into a huge, pitch-black stone door. Its surface was covered in carvings of thousands of scenes. Within its ancient desolation, it radiated with a heavy aura of life. Within the endless chimes, the stone door radiated with heavy, exuberant life force. This was the first transformation of the bell of creation, the gate of life creation. It represented the birth of endless life and the creation of endless things. It possessed the great power to open up a region of fortune and create a world. With a rumble, the heavy stone door slowly opened to the two sides. Everyone held their breaths. Even the eyes of Kuang Heng, Xianlin Taoist, and the Qin Emperor Stonefeather narrowed slightly, staring at the gate of life creation that opened slowly in the air. With their cultivation, they could vaguely sense the power and concept of this arcane treasure. It was of the same origin as Lin Feng himself. This was Lin Feng's life-bound arcane treasure. The door opened, and a figure flickered within the gentle light. Afterwards, a person flew out, directly targeting Chao Wei. This is a Vitality Taoist soldier. Chao Wei was taken aback before his expression changed drastically. The art of nurturing Tao soldiers was not rare. It used a special formation to connect many disciples who cultivated the same Tao technique into one. As long as the number of disciples with low cultivation was enough, with the help of the formation, they would be able to defend against enemies whose cultivation was much higher than theirs, but there were fewer of them. Some sects in the Divine Land would even nurture demons, passing down human Taoist methods and turning them into Taoist soldiers. The divine martial army of the Great Zhou Empire was renowned throughout the world. The divine martial immortal extermination formation could merge the powers of thousands of cultivators who practiced different Taoist methods. It was also a method of improving Taoist soldiers. But at the end of the day, Taoist soldiers were for defeating the few with numbers, defeating the strong with the weak, exchanging quantity for quality. From a certain perspective, it was also a variant of formations. Chao Wei's Skypon sect had such a technique. However, Tao soldiers were all living beings with intelligence. There had never been a Tao soldier formed from essence Qi. This was because essence Qi Tao soldiers could only be condensed by a magic treasure's essence spirit. However, it could only reach the level of yuanying by accumulating and nurturing a sufficient number of Tao soldiers and forming a formation. One could indeed obtain great power. However, compared to Dharma treasures that had essence soul level power, the gains did not make up for the losses. With so much vital qi, it was better to use it to strengthen one's body. But now, not only Chao Wei, everyone who saw the Yuan Qi Dao soldier was dumbfounded. The essence Qi Dao soldier's body was half black and half white. It looked strange, but it was very coordinated. Its facial features were gentle, but it was expressionless. This was not the main point. The main point was that the dermic power around the vital Qi Dao soldier was circulating. It had actually reached the realm of being one with the world. It was shockingly a primordial spirit level power cultivation, a primordial divinity level essence Qi Dao soldier. Illusion? Or is there a treasure in it? Everyone present, including Kuang Heng, Xianlin Taoist, and Stone Feather, the three primordial spirit Tao integration realm experts, were all shocked. Lin Feng's Bell of Creation had manifested the first manifestation, the Gate of Life. It contained almost endless life force. When used for treatment, it had the miraculous effect of reviving the dead and growing flesh and bones. With this treasure protecting him, Lin Feng was impervious to all evils. Even if he was injured, he could recover instantly. However, this treasure was not only a protective treasure, but also a powerful weapon in battle. The reason was because of the Taiji Dao soldier that was nurtured in the self-created Gate of Life. It transformed one's vast life force into actual combat power. To other Dharma treasures, it was a technique that did not make up for the losses. However, to the Gate of Life, it was just right. Just as everyone was shocked, the black and white Taiji Dao soldier had already arrived in front of Chao Wei. With a punch, it was Lin Feng's great sun divine fist. The dazzling golden light transformed into boundless flames, forcing Chao Wei to focus all his attention to deal with it. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped. It really is an essence Qi Dao soldier at the first stage of the primordial spirit realm. This was a primordial spirit Dao soldier that had never appeared in the Divine Land. When they thought of the terrifying scene of such a Dao soldier accumulating, everyone shuddered. Everyone looked at the Gate of Life in the void. What kind of Dharma treasure is this? This Dao soldier is lacking. It is not equivalent to a real primordial spirit realm cultivator. Wu Qingru, the minister of Great Qin who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "It is formed from pure essence Qi and gives birth to spiritual awareness. It is equivalent to the combination of a Dharma treasure's essence spirit and a cultivator's divine power Dharma body, far away from the Dharma treasure that gave birth to it. Or if it is not replenished by the Dharma treasure's power for a certain period of time, its spirituality and essence chi will gradually be obliterated. Moreover, its power is far inferior to the master of Xian Men's divine power Dharma body. Emperor Qin Stonefeather said silently. However, I can feel that the master of Xian Men's Dharma treasure is only at the spirit nurturing level. It has endless potential to be unearthed. If its power continues to increase, it is hard to say how strong this Tao soldier is. Wu Qingru nodded and sighed. A rare bitter smile appeared on his face. Moreover, Tao soldiers have always won through numbers. Before he finished speaking, another Taiji Tao soldier rushed out of the gate of life and pounced at Chao Wei. Chao Wei's left hand formed a strange seal. The index and middle fingers of his right hand formed a sword and pointed at the center of his brows. As he opened and closed his left hand's fingers, it was as if frost was condensed and flames were flying. It was a perfect combination of movement and stillness. After his right hand touched the center of his brows, endless frost froze his entire body. It was as if he had transformed into an ancient iceberg. In the next moment, the top of the iceberg shattered. Like a volcano eruption, endless flames and magma spewed out from the top of the mountain. The iceberg evaporated continuously while the flames danced in the air. Both of them rapidly turned into two streams of smoke, one red and one blue. Following that, the two streams of smoke merged into one and disappeared in the air as if they had vanished into thin air. Ice and fire invisible, sword chi. Chao Wei's self-created ultimate technique was ferocious and awe-inspiring at this moment, forcing back the Taiji Tao soldier in front of him. However, before he could rejoice, the other Taiji Tao soldier pounced on him. Rise! Chao Wei did not dare to hesitate. With a flick of his hand, an ethereal and unpredictable ice mist appeared and floated in his palm. Like mist and illusion, it flashed with a dazzling cold sword light. It was a treasured Dharma treasure of the Heavenly Pool sect. It was called the Ice Soul Misty Cloud. It was a mystical Dharma sword. Its body constantly changed between the two forms of ice crystal and water mist. It was mysterious and unpredictable. Chao Wei was only at the first tier of the primordial soul realm when he controlled this transformation grade Dharma treasure. Although he was unable to unleash its full power, it was still shockingly powerful. Combined with his ice and fire invisible sword chi, it swept in all directions. However, the two Taiji Tao soldiers were expressionless. They attacked Chao Wei from the front and back. The Great Sun Divine Fist and the Boundless Sea Art were two great divine powers. The two Tao soldiers each cast one of them, instantly putting Chao Wei in a perilous situation. One of the Taiji Tao soldiers executed the Boundless Sea Art. His body turned into a boundless blue sea and forcefully received Chao Wei's sword. In the next moment, a formless sword chi of ice and fire, which was completely similar to the concept of power, attacked Chao Wei. Chao Wei was instantly angered to the point of vomiting blood. A hole opened up in the void, flickering with violent red light. Raging lava gushed out from within, and a formidable-looking red-haired elder stepped out. Snow-white ice flames appeared, and then they quickly turned into scarlet flames. Under the burning flames, the Taiji Tao soldiers' boundless blue sea evaporated almost instantly. On the other side of the void, a crack appeared as a white-haired elder with a grave and indifferent expression walked out. However, he did not care about the Taiji Tao soldier. His target was still Shi Tianhao. Seeing these two elders, all the primordial soul, realm mighty figures, present raised their brows. The ice and fire elders actually came out together. Shi Zhongyue took a closer look. They came out of seclusion in advance. They gave up 1,000 years of hard work in the end and failed to attain the primordial soul integration stage. What a pity, what a pity. But what secret does Shi Tianhao have to make them make such a huge sacrifice? These two elders were the grand elders of the Heavenly Pool sect and the uncle masters of sect leader Chao Wei. They were known as the Ice and Fire Elders. Although the two of them had yet to attain the Tao integration stage, they had already reached the Void Return Pinnacle stage. Their power was extremely terrifying. After Elder Hu appeared, he swept up the sky-scorching flames and pushed the Heavenly Pool sect's ice and fire intent realm to the extreme. He completely gave up on the power of ice and unleashed the power of fire to the extreme. The two first-stage primordial soul realm Taiji Dao soldiers were no match for him at all. However, at that moment, another two Taiji Dao soldiers rushed out of the gate of life creation. They were also first-stage primordial soul realm cultivators. Everyone present had solemn expressions. Other than sect leader Lin Feng, there were very few primordial soul realm cultivators in Xianmen Tianzong. Many people thought that as long as they held back Lin Feng, Xianmen Tianzong would be helpless against the attacks of the primordial soul realm cultivators from the other factions. That was the idea that the Heavenly Pool sect had. However, no one expected that Lin Feng's intrinsic Dharma treasure would be so heaven-defying that it could actually evolve into primordial soul realm Dao soldiers. In that case, Xianmen Tianzong did not lack primordial soul realm combat power at all. Although they were only first-stage primordial soul realm cultivators and seemed powerless against Elder Hua, who was at the second-stage primordial soul realm, how could there be so many second-stage primordial soul realm cultivators? Moreover, who knew how many Taiji Dao soldiers the Gate of Life creation could nurture? At that moment, the 4 Taiji Dao soldiers were spread out in 4 different directions. They were like brothers and sisters, interacting with each other and forming a simple array formation. Everyone's spirits were lifted. So-called Dao soldiers had to form a formation to fight the enemy in order to unleash their power. The Great Sun Divine Fist, Infinite Sea Art, Time Light Divine Wind, and Heaven-Bearing Seal were unleashed separately. The earth, water, fire, and wind surged together, directly shattering the void. The next moment, the chaos stabilized once again. The power of creation and heaven opening was formed. A bubble appeared in front of Elder Hua and Chao Wei. Even Elder Bing, who was rushing towards Shi Tianhao, was blocked. The expressions of the 3 primordial soul realm experts of the Heavenly Pool sect changed. Not long ago, they had just seen Lin Feng personally use this terrifying Dharma spell. It was a powerful might that stood in the universe, split the heavens and earth, and opened up a world of creation. Primordial Heaven Opening Technique. Chapter 588. The formation of the Dao soldiers greatly increased their strength. Although there were only 4 Taiji Dao soldiers, their formation was not to be underestimated. If that was all, Elder Ice and Elder Fire would not be too afraid. After all, there was a huge difference between the first and second primordial spirit realm. The gap was difficult to cross. The profoundness of the return to void body was not something that could be compared with the power of the primordial spirit incarnations. However, the 4 Taiji Dao soldiers working together to unleash a mighty divine power, like the primordial heaven opening technique, immediately made Elder Ice and Elder Fire feel pressured. It was like the creation of an area and the crushing power of the world. Even with their divine powers and dermic powers, it was very difficult to deal with. Elder Ice stopped in his tracks, not daring to get distracted to find trouble with Shi Tianhao. He said to Chao Wei in a deep voice, "Give me the Ice Soul Misty Cloud." Without another word, Chow Wei handed the Dharma treasure in his hand to Elder Ice. Elder Ice's Tao realm was the exact opposite of Elder Fire's. He completely gave up on the power of fire and unleashed the power of ice to the extreme. In the entire Heavenly Pool sect, he could unleash the power of this incarnation-level Dharma treasure to the extreme. When the two of them worked together, they could even surpass their own limits. He gripped the ice soul misty cloud, and a woman with a cold expression appeared in the icy mist-like sword gleam. She was the sword spirit of the ice soul misty cloud. Elder Ice and the sword spirit exerted their strength together, and a blizzard instantly erupted, turning the world into a world of ice and snow. In the misty world of ice and snow, the bubble formed by the primordial heaven opening technique was constantly suppressed, trying to prevent the bubble from bursting and freeze it. However, the power of the primordial heaven opening technique was extremely powerful. When the bubble burst, clear and turbid chi surged, dividing the world of ice and snow. Chow Wei and Elder Ice and Elder Fire's expressions changed drastically. Although this primordial heaven opening technique was not as powerful as when Lin Feng used it, it was still thrilling. "Treasure, please show yourself." In an instant, Elder Ice and Elder Fire formed hand seals at the same time and stretched out a finger, pointing at each other's glabella. After pointing at each other's glabella, their fingers retreated at lightning speed, dragging out a thin line from their fingertips. Two thin lines, one blue and one red, spiraled together and shot up into the sky, tearing open the void above. A terrifying aura immediately came from the void, and at the same time, a deep voice said, "Is there a need for this?" All of a sudden, the people of the ancient sky dragon domain all felt a powerful aura, which was in no way inferior to primordial spirit Tao integration experts like Quang Heng, Lord Xianlin, and Emperor Qin Shiryu. A white-robed, middle-aged man slowly walked out of the broken space. He had a head of fiery red hair and a pair of sword-like eyebrows that were snow white like frost. Qin Emperor Stonefeather and Wu Qin Gru looked at each other. "It's the two-pole sky peaks." The bipolar sky peak was the true treasure of the celestial lake sect. Tens of thousands of years ago, it was a strange mountain in the celestial lake of the northern frontier. Its entire body was made of extremely cold ice crystals, but the core of the mountain contained blazing lava. After the founding ancestor of the celestial lake sect found it, he used a secret technique to refine it into a magic treasure. After being refined by generations of powerful beings in the celestial lake sect, as well as his own cultivation, it finally became a Mahayana-grade magic treasure. The magic treasure had advanced to the third realm, reaching the Mahayana grade, and the origin spirit was completely developed. It could separate from the body and control the body independently. It could exert all of its power and move freely. The combat power of a Mahayana-grade magic treasure was completely equivalent to that of a third-tier primordial spirit cultivator of the Tao integration stage. The red-haired, white-browed middle-aged man who appeared in front of everyone was the magic treasure spirit of the bipolar sky peak. He was the strongest person in the celestial lake sect and had always been guarding the mountain gate of the celestial lake sect, not going out easily. This time, he was persuaded by the ice and fire elders and Chow Wei and finally came to West Hill City. Seeing that the primordial heaven opening technique was extremely powerful and that it was blasting toward Chow Wei and the others with destructive power, he finally could not sit still anymore. The middle-aged man raised his white brows and raised his palm to the sky. The space opened up, and a towering mountain of thousands of feet high appeared above everyone's head. The huge size of the mountain made an extremely strong visual impact. Its entire body was snow-white, like ice crystals, exuding a biting cold air. Within the ice crystal-like snow mountain, one could faintly see a red flame jumping fiercely. Hot steam rose from the top of the mountain, and thick smoke billowed. Endless scorching flames and lava spewed out from it. The middle-aged man did not say much. He raised the towering bipolar sky peak with one hand and smashed it directly toward the clear and turbid air that rushed out after the bubble of the primordial heaven opening technique burst. The clear and turbid air carried a powerful force that could split heaven and earth apart and bombarded the bipolar sky peak. The bipolar sky peak suddenly changed, and the space where the mountain was also transformed into a world of its own. Ice and fire intertwined. The blazing fire actually incessantly burned the clear air, while the ice and snow continuously cleansed the turbid air. The two worked together to suppress the clear and turbid air back to its original chaotic state. The towering mountain kept falling, trying to reverse the opening of heaven and earth and stop the changes of the primordial world. Such power and might made everyone gasp in amazement. The 4 Taiji Dao soldiers naturally could not compare to Lin Feng's own magic power. Although the primordial heaven opening technique was extremely exquisite, it was about to be reversed under the suppression of the bipolar sky peak. However, at this moment, the figure in the life creation gate flashed again. 1, another, the third, and even more. In the blink of an eye, another 8 Taiji Dao soldiers rushed out of the life creation gate. These 8 Taiji Dao soldiers did not split into 2 groups, with 4 people in each group forming a formation again. Instead, the 8 of them combined to form a formation. Heaven, earth, wind, thunder, water, fire, mountain, swamp. The 8 Taiji Dao soldiers stood in the positions of the 8 trigrams and formed a formation, their magic power and vital chi connected as one, instantly displaying the creation of the universe and the scenes of all living things. Powerful energy continuously poured into the bodies of the 4 Dao soldiers, 4 at the front and 8 at the back. The formation of the 12 Dao soldiers gradually merged. The power of the entire formation increased with a bang, and the power of the primordial heaven opening technique also increased at the same time. The clear and turbid air separated once again, splitting the chaos with an unstoppable force, giving birth to creation. The turbid air sank, becoming stable and condensing into a substance, turning into the earth, then into mountains and rivers. The clear air rose, vast and mysterious, turning into the sky, then into the stars, the sun, and the moon. The earth, water, fire, and wind were re-established, and the creation of heaven and earth was created. Under the bombardment of such domineering power, the 2-pole sky peak suddenly trembled violently, swaying as if it was about to collapse. The middle-aged man with red hair and white eyebrows had a change of expression, and he shouted, "Go!" His figure instantly moved to the top of the 2-pole sky peak, stabilizing his body. Elder Ice and Elder Fire's faces were filled with shock. They knew that the critical moment had arrived. Without saying a word, they pounced on the 2-pole sky peak together, turned into a blue light and a red light, and fused into the magic treasures. Chao Wei looked deeply at Lin Feng, who was still fighting with Kuang Heng in the distance. There, Lin Feng did not even look over. Humph! Chao Wei took a breath and revealed his primordial spirit incarnation, turning into a blue sun that flashed with cold light. It was dazzling, but it made people shudder. His primordial spirit incarnation also attached to the 2-pole sky peak, and the power of the heavenly pool sex powerhouses was concentrated on this great vehicle-grade magic treasure. The surface of the 2-poles sky peak flickered alternately with red and blue light, and the size of the mountain kept expanding, rising to a height of more than 3,000 feet, hanging in the sky, blocking out the sun, and suppressing the primordial heaven opening technique that the 12 Tai Chi Dao soldiers had formed into formation below. However, most of the people present did not pay attention to them. Instead, their eyes were on the black gate on the other side. Inside the gate of life creation, there were faint figures flashing. Although they did not step out of the gate of life creation, it was enough to shock everyone. Damn, this is called a spirit-nurturing grade magic treasure. Although it was possible for magic treasures below the creation level to defeat a great vehicle grade magic treasure, that was mostly a case of a spirit nurturing challenging an incarnation and an incarnation challenging a great vehicle. It was not unheard of for a spirit nurturing grade magic treasure to contend against a great vehicle grade magic treasure, but to suppress the two-pole sky peak like the gate of life creation was definitely unusual. In the distance, Xianli was even more domineering. A fierce clear light directly sliced off a corner of Xianlin Taoist's outlined sky immortal city. Xianli's face was expressionless, and her sword momentum did not stop. As the sword light soared, it became more and more mournful. The entire ancient sky dragon domain was shaking, and everything was at the tip of the blade, pressing down on Xianlin Taoist. I can't display it here. Let's change places. Xianlin Taoist's expression did not change. The stone stairs under his feet suddenly flew up, broke through space, and directly left the ancient sky dragon domain world, escaping into the endless void. In the dark universe, the stars dotted the sky. Xianlin Taoist stopped and turned around, calmly looking at Xian Li, who was chasing after him. In Xianlin Taoist's eyes, all emotions had returned to calmness, as if all things had died and returned to their original state. His robe fluttered, as if he had merged with the entire void universe. In a flash, his body became incredibly huge, as if he himself was a world of creation. As Xianlin Taoist clapped his hands, endless white clouds gathered in his palms. Rings of white halos appeared, stirring the layers of the void of the universe. Layers of space overlapped, but the white halos did not distort or change shape, as if they were a power that no disaster or tribulation could destroy. The halos constantly gathered and superimposed, and finally turned into a strange ball of light, like a fruit. Countless great Tao runes emerged from the fruit, shaking all things in the world, and revealing a grand concept of power. There was no sadness, no joy, no anger, no resentment, and no emotion. It was indifferent to everything, yet controlled everything and dominated everything. Qin Emperor Stonefeather stayed in the ancient sky dragon domain and did not follow them out, but his gaze passed through the layers of the void, silently watching this scene. This is Xianlin Taoist Tao fruit. Tao, the principle of heaven and earth. Fruit, the result of a cultivator's cultivation of the great Tao. Tao fruit, a powerful power that only cultivators in the third layer of the primordial spirit realm, the Tao integration stage, could possess. The Tao integration stage was the Tao fruit, transcending the world and comprehending the supreme great Tao. Xianlin Taoist unfolded his Tao fruit, and the majestic power suddenly shook the void. At the same time, Lin Feng and Kuang Heng also left the ancient sky dragon domain and came to the endless void. Kuang Heng's eyes were calm as he looked at Lin Feng. He also clapped his hands together, and an even more powerful fruit of the way appeared in front of him. It was profound and vast, and the power of the great Tao was condensed and did not dissipate. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as the taiji pattern between his eyebrows spun rapidly,